Alright, looks like we're live. Today is Saturday. It is June 15th of 2019. And it's programming time. It's streaming time. I haven't streamed in a week. This week was really busy at work for a bunch of other stuff, and there was also a couple days where it was just like exceedingly hot, and sitting in front of a computer I would have just been like sweating the whole time. It would have been gross, and I didn't want to do that. So I haven't programmed in a while, or I haven't streamed in a while. I guess I've written a little bit of code. Not so much open source either, because I've been busy meeting with people outside of work, or outside of GitHub, mostly for work. But so I did do a couple of things the last week. Where are those? This one. Just very, very little things. I released PyTest 4.6.3, which just had some like bug fixes or whatever. Mostly breaking people and regressions and stuff, and so I pushed that release out. And after I didn't do this debugging on stream, but it was probably one of my most interesting bugs that I've worked on in a while. Maybe I'll do like a small write-up about it. But I fixed a bug in PyPy, and it was affecting PyTest, and it was also affecting precommit, but eventually found the root cause and then fixed it, and it was a good journey, I guess. But we were able to re-enable PyPy testing for PyTest. It's good. That's kind of my sum up of the week. Oh, I guess I have one like. Oh, well, we'll save the salt for later. Any comment about AWS? Okay, fine. We'll get into the salt right now then. So this really ground my gears. I was real mad about this. So I made a PR to AWS CLI 3 months ago, and it's a very simple PR. I'll show you it. Hey, what's up, X Nihilo? Oh, I'm gonna mispronounce that again. Sorry, bud. How's your Saturday going? Good afternoon, thank you. So I made this PR to AWS CLI to allow newer versions of PyYAML, because PyYAML released in like March or something, and we've been trying to upgrade everything at work, and anything that depended on AWS CLI was held back because of this less than or equal to right here. But it turns out AWS CLI works completely fine with modern PyYAML, despite all of the API breaks. Except in Python 2.6, where, for reasons, Python 2.6 cannot... Well, they dropped Python 2.6 in 5.1, so it doesn't work there. But AWS CLI supports Python 2.6. I don't know why. It's been what, 6 years since that was end of life, so they should really move on. But anyway, I made this small patch, allow the version of PyYAML, and do this. And this patch sat for months, and no one looked at it. Well, I don't want to say no one looked at it. Lots of people looked at it, because I had tons of thumbs up of people being like, yes, please merge this. This is good. I want to use new PyYAML. And I had to rebase the branch a bunch of times because it conflicted and like all sorts of stuff. But I kept this branch up to date, and I was like ready to get it shipped. People reviewed it. People were thumbs upping. I was pinging other AWS maintainers, and we'll get to Donald in a minute. But I pinged a bunch of maintainers. I was like, hey guys, what do I need to do for this? I kind of want to merge this and make it happen. A bunch of issues referenced this. Like it was pretty visible. Again, more people being like, hey, please merge this. I started pinging a different maintainer. They didn't do anything. I started pinging more maintainers. They didn't do anything. And then 3 days ago, hey, what's up, Toddy? 3 days ago, this PR got created by none other than the person that I pinged originally in my PR. And you'll notice that their pull request looks suspiciously similar to mine. Basically does the same thing. And their commit message is basically the same as mine as well. And so And so I was like, hey, I made this. I've had this open for like 3 months. What's up with this? What's wrong with my PR? Why are you merging yours? And then he makes a comment, merges it, and I'm like, fuck, mate. Like, I spent time on this. I've rebased this for months, and you didn't even merge my PR. But hey, what's up, last member Zed or last member Z, depending on whether you're American or not. Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. But I was just like pretty gear ground about this, and so I went to Twitter. Who maintains AWS CLI? Amazon employees? Yeah, Amazon manages that. It originally was not managed through Amazon, but then sorry, I'm looking for a meme to show about this because my friend made a meme and it's pretty funny. Oh, that's the wrong Discord channel. Where's the Discord channel that I want? Yeah, AWS CLI originally was a third-party thing, and then Amazon just kind of took over. That like the Bodo project was originally separate, but it's you can't not use. Oh, this is the like small version of this. Where's the big version of that? Well, maybe if I just get rid of this width specifier. Oh, there we go. so my friend made this. It's the I made this. You made this. I made this. And it's a screenshot of the other PR, but I thought this was pretty funny. If you want the original version, it's in the Discord chat. But yeah, I was not happy about this. But you know what? I get it. Open source is hard. This literally could have been a comment on my PR months ago, but it was not. So I took to Twitter, and my friend added the guy, but nothing happened. Got some good gifs. Had some good discussions about like how would you have handled this, and like what do you usually do for stagnant PRs, and I went in detail about how like if the original author of the PR like isn't gonna clean it up, then often I will take their branch and put my commits on top of it and give them credit for all of that work, because I think it's important to celebrate individual contributors, because like anyone that helps out is doing a great service. I tried to help, but nothing. This isn't my only PR to AWS CLI that hasn't seen any action for months. I have another one, I think. Yeah. So this one is just like blatantly broken, and again, since April, no one has looked at this. But at some point, someone made a typo here. There's supposed to be an S here, so that this error message occurs. But because there's no S there, you always get a type error whenever this line gets called, so you completely lose all of this information. And so I again like started pinging some people. One character change demonstrated it's broken, but whatever. Okay, now that we got that out of the way. Oh, I'm behind on chat. Let's see. How do you get to where you can do open source work? Anyone can do it. Honestly, I got started just by like making issues and fixing things on stuff that I was hitting with tools I was working on. But honestly, anyone can work on open source. It's really easy. For instance, I mean the way that if you don't have any ideas on things you want to fix, one thing that you can always do is like go to a project that has a large issue queue and either like confirm that they're bugs for things that aren't triaged, or you can go through, there's usually like an easy label or like a help wanted or a good first contributor label, and you can search by labels and pretty easily find stuff to work on. But that would be my suggestion for getting started. But yeah, anyone can work on open source. It's great. It's just hard to get a level of familiarity with a single technology that allows you to do that. That's fair, but I think in a lot of cases you can kind of Like if you ever get stuck, maintainers are usually happy to help you learn more about how the project is set up, or like how you can like tackle a problem that you might want to look at. What's the voice in the background? Oh, I think it's the music. I think it's just the music. This one has words in it. I don't know why. There's no one here. It's just me. I'm just talking to myself. The work I do doesn't rely on a lot of libraries besides the Python standard library. I see. There's a ghost in my room. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. This house is pretty old. But yeah, that's my that's my summary and my recollection of this salt. But no, a bunch of people agreed with me. So. Oh yeah, and then the AWS representative for their like open source community replied to my PR, which I think is funny, but oh well, he tried. Oh yeah, Benjotron makes a good point. Even if you just work with the Python standard library, you can fix stuff there too. Their bugs are way less organized though, unfortunately. They're on bugs.python.org, and there is an easy issues button. I don't know how well this stays up to date though. There's no way this one is easy. But oh, what am I CC'd on this? No, I think I saw these two T's and I was like, oh, that looks like my name. It's not. I know a lot of these people, but you can often like scroll through some of the easy issues and fix those there if you want to contribute to Python, because contributing Python is a thing that's necessary as well. Most of my contributions to Python are like little easy fixes or like documentation bugs or something like that. It's all written in C though, right? No, most of Python, well, the core interpreter is written in C, but most of the libraries around it are in pure Python, which makes them pretty easy to hack on some of them. Hey, what's up, B? How's your Saturday/Sunday going? And outdated version. All right, let's write some code. So the thing that I wanted to work on today, or at least like look into today, there's this weird, not this weird stack trace, we ended up finding a different problem. There's this weird bug or like micro bug with virtual environments, where on Windows with venv and virtualenv you get this weird stack trace sometimes. And so what I wanted to do was try and figure out why this is broken and see if there's anything I can do either in the virtualenv project or in pre-commit to avoid this. Ideally, I would fix this in virtualenv because I think others would run into this as well, and if I can reproduce it with just virtualenv, then I think it's worth fixing. I was booking my EuroPython flight and I totally forgot this thanks to Twitch notifications. Yeah, Twitch knows what's up. EuroPython was a legit country. Hey, what's up, Tassocan? But yeah, so let me show you my reproduction. I was playing with this before stream because why? Because I wanted, well, I was reading through this GitHub issue, and that's why. So let me just get to a clean slate, and I'll show you what I'm doing to reproduce this bug. So the first thing that is necessary for this is to create a VM virtualenv. Hey, what's up? XCW is it and Tassocan, thank you both for following. Every follow counts. Oh, there's the second notification. It's like, why? why is it making more noises? But yeah, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a VM virtualenv. I don't know why I call it VVV. venv is the standard lib implementation of virtualenv, which is new in Python 3.3, but it mostly acts the same way as virtualenvs. However, the interpreter has like special stuff that makes this stuff tick, whereas the virtualenvs so damn confusing. The virtualenvs have like a hacky site.py that makes things work. Oh yeah, so for whatever reason, the follow notifications for me are a good like 30 to 40 seconds behind. I didn't forget you, Tasso. I got you, friend. Which version of Python do you use in the MinGW console? So this one right now is 3.7.3, although, and this is Windows Python, not the MinGW Python. So this is the one installed using the python.org installers. There's 4 different ways you can install Python on Windows, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, so I have an alias because I very frequently type Python 3, and so I've aliased Python 3 to the Python 3.7 installation. Did I do that for Python 2? I did. Okay. I guess I also alias Python 2 because I have Python 2.7 installed as well. What environment do you recommend? Do you mean like tools for virtual environments? Oh, you say venv or pipenv or others? So it's a rough question. I'll show you what I do. I don't know whether I recommend it or not, but it works well for me. So I typically work on Linux, and I typically install okay, well, it's just the green ones that matter. I typically install the versions of Python that I want to use directly to my system using Debian packages. So I have Python 2.7, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and the 3.8 beta. And like dpackage-l, grep, the word boundary, Python, number, and then word boundary, maybe? Close enough. we'll just search for the dead packages. So like these are the packages that I installed here. The ones that are named like plus Bionic, those come from Dead Snakes, which is the package PPA that I maintain for Python backports. So github.com/deadsnakes. I basically take the Debian packages and adapt them for Ubuntu, and then support them on the long-term support Debian releases, or long-term support Ubuntu releases. So that's how I have those set up. Then I have inside of my home directory, I have a virtual environment which has a number of things installed. These are tools that I'll use globally on my system. The important ones here are virtualenv, precommit, flake8 to some extent, and tox. And then, oh, I guess also activator, which is kind of a cool thing. But then what I do is I symlink those into my ~bin directory, and then I put that on the beginning of my path. And so if I say like which virtualenv, I'll get the virtualenv that I've installed there. Personally, I use virtualenv because I find it slightly more reliable, despite it being kind of a hack. Yeah, so I use virtualenv myself. In theory, that opinion might change in a year or two when I don't have to worry about Python 2 at all. And then I might start recommending venv over virtualenv, but for now, virtualenv is the way that I get things done. I've used pipenv a little bit, but I can't really recommend it. What are those git dash commands in my bin? Oh, okay, so I have a couple of them here. So it turns out if you make any executable, so let's say I have a directory called t. Oh, this is my So let's make an executable called get hello world, and we're just gonna have it print hello world. And just to show that this executable just prints hello world. One thing that Git does is it can what is it called? It can dispatch to other commands as long as they have the git dash prefix. And so if I put this directory on my path, pwd path, and now I say like which git hello world. So this command now resolves, and if I type get hello world with a space here, it will know to run my specific command. So this is kind of a cutesy way that you can add commands to Git without actually like installing aliases or modifying how Git works or changing the source code. So I've written a couple of commands that I use myself pretty often. I'll show you how each of those work. So let's do GitHub compare first. Okay, so this is a good example. So a while ago, I was working on sys.version support or sys.version info support in pyupgrade, and my usual workflow is like make the commit, push to GitHub, and then I want to immediately open a PR. And so what GitHub compare does. Oh, and the other cool thing is when the shell starts up, these now tab complete as well. So what GitHub compare will do is it'll take the branch name and the repository remote, and it'll create a URL that I could have used to create a pull request. Now this branch has disappeared, so it's no longer valid because I already merged that. But so that's what that one's for. GitHub fork I use a lot. So let's say we're gonna clone, I don't know, pytest dev/pytest. And I might hack on pytest, but then I want to make a pull request. So the github fork command, what that does is two things. The first is it creates a fork on GitHub using the API, and then it also adds a git remote for that fork, so I can directly start pushing to my forked version. That's what that one does. GitHub URL. What does this one do? I guess it just shows the GitHub URL. Is it really that simple? I see, yeah, so it grabs the remote URL and then removes SSH and removes .git and then puts HTTPS in the beginning. So just a simple one. The last one is git happy merge, which I wrote a long time ago, and I don't use it anymore. Well, I do occasionally. So this is when I used to use merge workflow at Yelp, and I was very frequently committing to a code base with like hundreds of other developers working on it, and so I would want to know whether my patch that I'm working on doesn't conflict with master without having to like try and merge. And so you can do like github happy merge or git happy merge? Yeah, git happy merge origin/master, and it'll do a dry run. Or that. As I said, I haven't worked on it in a long time, so there's probably little weird things like this. But git happy merge will figure out whether the branch can be merged or not. So that's those. Again, happy merge doesn't add a cat meme to the PR. That's a different thing. I can show you that. Oh, you already know, Yoav. You're just trolling me. I have this user script that when I press ship it on PRs, it will select a random PR from this web page. So it'll just pick a random cat. So I end up with lots of cats. Merge is fine. What is this Google link? Oh, this is fine. Yeah, but those are those commands. But yeah, let's get back to demonstrating this bug. So what I already did so far is I made a VM virtualenv with VM. We're gonna then activate that www scripts. On Windows it's scripts for whatever reason. I can words. There are dogs in the repo. Yeah, that's true. It's not just cat photos. It's there's also some puppers like these guys. And a creepy human. This is the like bad RNG. If someone gets gets this one, I feel real bad for them. But what do you do? Also there's don't ship it gifs, which the first version of the script I wrote accidentally selected some of these, and I posted this one on someone's PR, and then I had to fix the script. But yeah. Alright, so then we're going to install virtualenv, and I think all that I need to reproduce this is to do virtualenv, vm2 and -p which python. And I believe this will cause it to oh, right. I'm mixing the path. This does not exist. Yeah, because this is complete garbage. Like, what is going on here? I guess I need to just use the full path. Users Anthony app data local temp tx vvv scripts python.exe. What happens? Why is this terminal messed up? Does this really not exist? Oh, there's a backslash missing. That's what I get for typing out. Okay, so this is the command that should work. I believe it does not. We'll find out. What? Why did that work? What is Precommit doing that's different? Tazakan, I want to ask a question. Yeah, ask questions. I study biology and learn bioinformatics. Would you recommend a Python package to learn, except for scikit-learn, or do you have a roadmap that I can follow? Programming is not my specialty. I don't actually know too much about Python, like science Python. I tend to like not spend that much time in that realm, so I can't really help you there. I have been teaching my brother programming recently, and I've been basically forcing him to write notes. He hasn't written notes in quite a while, though. You need to get back on that. But if you want to check out like the notes that I've been teaching my brother from, here's a link to that. I basically started by describing to him like how to get better at using a terminal and like commands that you would like commands that you would use and what all these things mean, like what does dot mean, what does dot mean, what are some helpful hints for bash, and like we didn't even get to Python until like very far into this. Also, it shows you like how you can use git and like the basic commands you would want to use. We talked about regular expressions, which he liked, but also was like very intimidated by, and a bunch of other stuff. I grew up with an Ubuntu 286 and currently use Ubuntu/Plasma KDE. Nice. But yeah, this is like where I did some like teaching for my brother on programming. This is the closest I have to like a roadmap for learning stuff. What is this up here? Oh, this is my super awesome diagram for describing set operations. But yeah, I don't really have anything for science, unfortunately. You mentioned you were able to reproduce it on your PC. Yeah, I was able to reproduce it with pre-commit. So now I'm gonna try and do that and see like why that's different. Let's install pre-commit. That's weird. I guess we're just gonna ignore that. I guess it retried and it worked, so that's fine. I made this pre-commit config earlier, which just installs black, and what else? I was able to reproduce it before by just running pre-commit install hooks, which in theory should give me a command that I can copy and paste. Yeah, so this is the crash that I was seeing before, where I was running this, so python.exe -m virtualenv. Oh, that's going to be different, so maybe I can try that. Python-m virtualenv the env2. Now see, it did the re-exec properly here, so there's something else wonky is going on. Maybe if I use backslashes, it'll work. But my goal is to get a reproduction not using pre-commit, and then I can factor that part out and just work on what am I talking about? Just work on. I can just work on the virtualenv project. Okay. That's a different error. But I did reproduce it. Okay. Let's try it again. Let's see if I can use it without -m. Let's see. Did you think about making pyupgrade Python 3.8 only? Yes, I did consider that a little bit. There are some really nice things in Python 3.8 that would make... Ignore this. That's Azure Pipelines. That would make pyupgrade a lot easier. Notably, the new... what is it called? The new AST improvements would make tokenize-rt and pyupgrade a little bit easier to finagle. Yeah, end line number and end column offset are so good. But with 3.8 not being out, I can't quite do that yet. Also, I think if I was going to do it that way, I would backport the AST module and probably just the AST module from 3.8. And then just use that AST module in pyupgrade itself, which would mostly work except for the like Python 2 specific stuff. But yeah, I haven't tried to think about that yet. Huh. So if I use the executable, it works fine. But if I use -m, it does not work fine. Also, which in my shell is just like horribly broken for some reason, and I don't know why. But it's because I'm using MinGW, and there's weird things. There's spiders there. But I'd rather use that command than command.exe. Okay, but we do have a reproduction. So I can probably debug this and figure out what's going on here. So this is where, so the way virtualenv works, it's kind of crazy. You start with a command that's like, where's the text tool? You start with a command that's like virtualenv-p python. And virtualenv will do a first round of stuff that's like, what is this Python? And then expand that out to a new command that is whatever that Python is, and then path to virtualenv.py. So it re-execs itself. It restarts another process that expands this out. And then sometimes it will figure out that even this Python is still not quite what I would want, and it expands that out to a completely different path, which ends up being like path to original Python and then path to virtualenv.py. So in the case on Windows, what I'm doing right now is this path here is the venv Python, which should expand to this, and then it should realize, oh, the venv Python isn't the original Python. I need to look at the system Python and then go from there. But something is going wrong in this phase here. So we gotta fix that. And anyway, that's kind of what's going on. That's what this function is determining right now. What is this link? We'll just blindly click on links in chat. What the? Sensometer 22 plus sensors. Oh boy. That seems like a lot of work. Also, this looks like a nightmare of a project to maintain, but I'm sure it's useful. Okay, so I believe we're in this case here. So let's debug this and see what's going on. Are there tabs in this? No. Oh, no tabs. Okay. So this is the one that was broken. It's spaghetti code, but in hardware. Yeah. Oh, that's so true. So true. Okay, so it didn't even hit my breakpoint. Oh, that seems. Oh. That could be why. Let's try it without my alias. Okay. That's broken. Cool. Oh wait. This is what I want, not unset. Are we still broken after doing that? Are you using base prefix this? I don't know where this comes from. This is like, seems a little suspect. But my breakpoint was not hit. Did the user specify -- python? This seems maybe relevant. This is none. Huh. That seems maybe what I would expect, but I'm not quite sure what's the right thing here. Okay, so it gets here, it decides that because Python was specified, that it's not going to try and reinvoke. But I think it should be checking Windows still. Is sys.base executable? Why is it underscored? This is insufficient. This will succeed. Sorry, this is unrelated. This import will succeed on. Well, I'll just show you. So I can import VM here, but if I use VM, oh, wait, why did it work? So we'll do it Python 3.7. The VM import's fine in there, but it crashes because Debian. What's the difference between base executable and underscore base executable? Are there two different ones? Oh. I think if I just take this here, remove these numbers, and move this down, maybe it'll just fix things? Yeah, that looks better. Okay, that worked, but I don't know what it breaks. So let me run some tests. And hopefully the virtualenv maintainer will be able to help me out here. I wonder why python-m changes how that works. That seems really suspicious to me. But I don't know. Oh, this code's completely different. What the hell? Is this already fixed? Okay, let me try the version on master. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Coding? How's your Saturday going? The GNU/nano users. Yee. Is this fixed? It's doing something. Kind of, maybe? Okay, so it's already fixed on master. So I will just make a bug report then. That's even easier than writing code. Where is the... I think it might actually be this PR. Yeah, this is exactly the error that I was seeing. Huh. Oh yeah, and I was right. Did change in 3.7.2. You may need to use the semi-secret sys.base executable. This one is great. Where's the PR for this though? No. No. Okay. Well, it's good to see that someone else has found this bug and then I don't have to fix it, so that makes me happy at least. Can you review with us the PR? This PR? Or the one that he made? Sure. I guess I can walk through that. We have to reduce the font size slightly. Oh look, he did exactly what I did, which is like get rid of these numbers, because why are you numbering things? Well, these end up being numbered, but... so what? Let me see what changed and why that's important here. I think the main part that fixed it was this resolve interpreter bit, which already exists on master. Let's see what that function looks like. We don't need that anymore. Resolve interpreter. If the executable given isn't an absolute path, search $path for the interpreter. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Surely that's not the fix. Because this just changes like absolute paths. Changes things to an absolute path. So this isn't the function that's important. Oh, I see, but there is a subtle thing that's different here. They're only returning... So before they were returning options.python, which would always be the setting that they had. But now they're only returning from here if this is different than the option that got passed in. Subtle difference here, which causes it to always, well, in my case, fall through to this branch down here, which is important. So that's why this gets skipped, which is good. And then we fall into this branch, which is the Windows specific branch. And now things get real fun. Oh, right. So when I said that virtualenv.py uses fewer hacks than venv.py, I'm a little bit... I'm not going to say it uses fewer hacks, it uses a different set of hacks. Virtualenv.py writes out... The way it works is it writes out this site.py file. virtualenv writes out this site.py file, which does some things to sys.prefix and sys.exec_prefix to basically make Python look like it got installed into a special directory. And it does some special stuff here. The venv module does similar special stuff, but it involves like throwing around this environment variable and setting some different attributes. And in some ways executing a different Python. But I don't know. It's a little special. This changed in Python 3.7.2 for reasons, I guess. So I think what this PR is about to do, I haven't run the code yet, but my guess is that it undoes all of this pyvenv launcher stuff. This is not at all what I expected. But the short path is when it uses sys.base executable, which is where we were running into issues. Otherwise, it uses pyvenv launcher, and I believe this function, which no idea what this does. Well, let's skip over that. Oh, and those are the only Windows cases. Huh. Got it. And then down here is just the like checking whether we are using the right interpreter. No tests. Yeah. So this would be particularly difficult to test because it depends a lot on how your environment is set up. And yeah, the virtualenv project is tested on Windows, but I don't blame them so much for not testing. That makes the diff a little easier to view. Or does that not work anymore? Okay. Yeah, it does make the diff a little bit easier to view. Because they re-indented some code here. Not useful to review. But yeah, I mean, I don't blame them for not writing tests. virtualenv is a pretty complicated project and can be problematic. But anyway, I don't have to fix this, so I'm fine with that. Looks like this is a bug in this is an interaction between virtualenv and the changes made in Python 3.7.2. Fortunately, it looks like Upstream is working on a fix for this. I've linked. Copy this. Here's the fix for that. Thanks again for the issue and being patient with my back and forth. he actually reached out to me over email, and we talked a little bit more about this offline as well, which is good. But I'm gonna close this issue because not much I can do here. Give it a question, add upstream bug, and add Python, and then close it. But anyway, that's the first one. First thing that I want to do today. Yay. Let's jump into the next project that I wanted to work on today, or at least the next set of things I wanted to work on today. How do I go to issues? Oh, it's up here. It's like looking around for tabs and stuff. So I found a couple of very small bugs in pyupgrade that I've been meaning to fix, and I just haven't gotten around to. And a larger feature that I'm not sure is possible without having Python 3.8 information. But I think this is the easiest one to work on, or like the most straightforward one to work on, so I'm going to hack on this. Yoav's going to sleep. Thanks for stopping by, friend. I'll see you around. Yoav shows up to every stream so far. Well, every weekly stream I've seen him at, so I'm happy to see him in the chat. Have a good sleep, and I'll see you around. But I found this while fixing, well, we're doing a lot of Python 3 upgrading at Lyft right now, and one of the services I moved to Python 3, and then I, once we got the service on Python 3, I ran pyupgrade to, though the other streams happen at 4 a.m. Yeah, I know. There's no way you can make those ones, but at least you can catch them on YouTube if you wanted to. But yeah, I wish I could stream at better times for everyone, but unfortunately I have real life work that I have to do, so otherwise I would stream more often. But anyway, I found this bug while porting this service at Lyft to Python 3, and once it's on Python 3, we use pyupgrade to get rid of all the Python 2 code. And this format call will always result in a type error. Well, just to show that, we had like a equals 1, and then this dot format a. Oh, they made the error message way better. This is what the old message used to be, but now it's replacement index 1 out of range for positional args tuple. Cool. But this will always crash, and there was some code in this service that I was porting that used this in an error context, and so like the code doesn't run very often, and when it's running it has already crashed in some other way. So this is really just like hiding a stack trace. But pyupgrade should not crash in that situation, so we're going to try and make that happen. Get set up for that. Is there t.py? It is empty. Cool. So the first thing that we're going to do is write ourselves a test, and then we'll go through trying to make that test work. So this should be in the fstrings no-up category. Not enough placeholders / placeholders missing. So if we had the example that we had, or if we have another, it's probably the same problem with a named example. So I think both of those currently crash. Let's verify that. Okay, cool. So we have two failing tests. One is the key error on this, the B is missing, and the other is a key error on the string 1 for this thing being missing. So all we have to do here is figure out how to make this not crash. which requires me to remember how this code works. Let's see. It looks like we always call this toFstring function here, which is problematic because we don't necessarily know. Maybe we do. We can probably figure out whether find simple formats. How does this work? Okay, so it looks for a call that is an attribute, and the attribute is on a string, and the attribute's name is format, and all of the arguments are what we call simple, which I believe is just like their name or an attribute. Yeah. And there's no star args on the node. We do at least look through the spec here. That part's fine. But I think what I want to be able to do is prevent the rewrite from happening if we find a name or number that we don't have, although I don't think we have access to that at that point. If name is not none. Okay, so this is where we get a substitution parameter. And if we're... Well, I think there's another bug. I think there's another bug, which is... Does this work? Let's try this in an interpreter instead of this. So this probably does the wrong thing right now. Which is another thing that I can just fix. Why is this allowed? It's so annoying. Just make this in order. A, B, C. Should have 3 failing tests now. For similar reasons. Does that fix that test? Okay. We fixed one test, but not the other. Named and auto grams can be in different orders. Okay, so that fixes one of the bugs, but not the bug that I was trying to fix. The one I'm trying to fix is a little more difficult. Like, I kind of need to do all of this parsing up front. And here's where I'm deleting the... Yeah, so the problem is this function is the one that contains the bug, and I can't really just like return none out of this to figure out whether this is broken or not. Hey, what's up, Horse Cat? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Are you a horse or a cat, or are you both? It reminds me of, was it Cat Dog from Nickelodeon way back in the day? What a weird show. It was good though. What was that overlay? Nickelodeon? Oh, conjoined, I see. But anyway, sorry. Distraction. What is this supposed to do? Like, I could take all of this logic and move it into the parser at the top. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, Cat Dog was a fun show. I think my favorite episode was there's like an episode where Dog is like obsessed with a ball and like drags Cat around the entire time. I don't even know how I would possibly find it. Yeah, no idea how I'd find it. But anyway, that was my favorite Cat Dog episode. But I can in theory compute this up top, and I could do this. But I might do extra work that I throw away, but I think that's fine. Unparse parsed string. Oh, I see, because we're just like keeping all these components around. Okay, so we're already iterating over the format spec here, so we can just do this computation up front. We don't really have type annotations yet. Params equals format params. Need the same auto numbering logic here. E equals a or stir of I if key not in params break. If not k, I plus equals 1. I think that's what I want. Nope, very much not. K A is actually just name. That's probably what it is. So I'm gonna need to do this check above, but I'm hoping that I have a test that's failing already. Yes. What did I call this function? Format params. What? Oh, it just skipped this entirely. Okay, cool. We do have a failing test. Good. Good. Nickname is not none. What? Oh, this is the weird... This is the weird partitioning stuff. So I have made it too timid. Oh, I need to just put it in this block. Okay. Hey, what's up, Cap? Oh, hey, thanks for the sub. How's it going, friends? I'm sure you just saw my comment on the virtualenv bug. Oh, I'll release tomorrow as a patch release. Nice. Thanks, friend. But yeah, this oh, I guess I'll show you guys the comments so that you can see it as well. But thank you, friends. We hung out at PyCon a lot, and we also work on the Talks project together. Talks/Talks. So we work a lot on this project together. He does way more than I do, but I work on it sometimes. But been incredibly active on that. It's strange you don't use IDEs. I do if I need to, or if it makes me more efficient. In this case, it kind of doesn't. But I have used like VS Code to do some development on stream. It's just, I don't know, I context switch better when I just stay in the terminal the whole time, and it's faster and such. What is it mad about? Or is that just mean YAML? Or is it a weird icon? Anyway, I guess I could use an IDE if you want me to. Oh, we'll see how this goes for a little bit. What was I doing? Uh-oh. Well, I'm done using an IDE because it already works. Okay, so let me see what I changed. We factored out this. Oh, but the reason I don't use an IDE is VS Code an IDE? Yeah, no, it's not. It's just a text editor. This is like the TLDR of my Nano story, which I really need to just like clip that, put it in a video, and like edit it, and have like some image overlays, and it's just making videos is so much work. Streaming is so much easier, so I just haven't gotten around to it. but this will be the TLDR version. Originally, when I started programming, it was a Notepad. I wrote really terrible PHP. Then when I started working at the first company I worked at, they worked in Java, and so I was using. Oh, actually, I don't even think I used an IDE for that because it was just like very ad hoc. I was essentially writing a web app to visualize the data that I was dealing with as a QA developer. And so I wrote it in JSP with Tomcat, and like I think I was still using like Notepad or Notepad++ for that. But at my first real job, at that same job I switched to working on C#, and for C# I used Visual Studio. And Visual Studio is amazing. It's basically write all your code for you, press tab a bunch of times, and it just works. And so I got on the IDE train. I like IDEs. They're very useful. Then when I started working at Yelp and working in Python, I used Eclipse, which Eclipse for Python like kind of works, but it's also pretty clunky because Eclipse is a little bit clunky. I'll make an overlay that has the PyCharm toolbar at the top. People will think you're using an IDE. Yeah, that'd be good. Oh, I forgot to put my little like tiny window that says what I'm working on. Oh well. C# is a future. Oh, I mean, I used C# in the past, and I wish I could work on more C#, but unfortunately not. But then I switched to IntelliJ because it was better. But then one holidays, I went home and worked from home for a week, and I was working on a code base that was like 5 million lines of code, like 3.5 million lines of Python. And the way I worked in the office was I would synchronize the code from the development server to my local machine so that I could hack on it in an IDE there. And then like used SSHFS to make the code changes reflected in my development environment, and that worked really well. But as soon as you add like 10 or 20 milliseconds of latency, SSHFS no longer functions all that well, and my hometown is on the other side of the country from San Francisco Bay Area, and so it was more like 100 or 150 seconds of latency, or milliseconds, not seconds. That would be awful. Yeah, just 2 minutes latency. And that was enough to make IntelliJ just like not work at all. And so I switched to the terminal editor that I had used in college, which was Nano, unfortunately, and developed a muscle memory and found that I was actually working faster in Nano than I was in IntelliJ. And so I just didn't switch back and continue to use it today. I promise I'm not a complete noob. I do actually know how to use Vim, and I know I would be faster in Vim than Nano. But it works, and so why change it if it works? And I'd have to redevelop all that muscle memory, and like it's been almost, I don't know, 6 years of using Nano, so would you though? Would I switch to Vim? Maybe, but then what would chat like get mad at me about? my other joke about Vim is that I intentionally use Nano because if I used Vim I'd be more efficient and I would burn out more. Which is not funny. It's not funny to joke about burnout, but yeah, let's look at this diff. So the first thing that I did is I took this format params and moved it into a function just so I could reuse it up here. And then I made something short circuit on param that doesn't exist. Oh, I lost the comment. Coming back. Why do I have to press tab all these times? Like, why doesn't it just know? Come on. VS Code, be smarter. Working. Oh, that's not even the key combination. Usually, is it Control Shift up? No. Oh, it's Alt up. I was trying to remember the keyboard shortcut for moving a line. I thought it was Control up and down, but that's scroll. Control Shift is... What is Control Shift? Oh, multi-cursor? But Control is just like... Wait, is it? Oh my goodness, what have I done? Stop this. Okay, anyway, add the comment there. He would be faster. Oh. It's usually Control Shift press plus arrows, but Microsoft editors use Alt plus arrows for some reason. It's fucking annoying. Yeah. So we fixed 2 bugs here. We fixed the bug with named and unnamed being out of order. I don't know why I put this to do. I don't think I'm ever gonna do this. Maybe. I guess it'll stay a to do forever. Fix broken f strings plus named slash auto out of order f strings. 2 bugs, 1 fix. I really should put them in 2 separate branches, but it's like 2 line fix for one of them and a 12 line fix or 20 line fix for the other one. So we're just gonna stick them in the same branch. Okay, so fixed 1 bug. Good. Then we can move on to something else. Which issue was this? Resolves 164. Okay, cool. So we did that fix. What other bugs did I have? This one could be fun, but I kind of want to stay with the theme of pyupgrade if I can. This is the bug that I found last week while streaming. So maybe I can work on this one? Basically, pyupgrade is trying to rewrite this function call here. And it is handed the AST tells pyupgrade that the function call starts at this S here, and it searches forward for the first open parenthesis, and so it grabs this here, and assumes that's the total. That's the total of the function object. But in reality, the function object or the source for the function actually starts way back here. So this is the code that it needs to know to replace. Actually, I wonder what Python 3.8 does for this. That would be interesting to me. Because I suspect that it doesn't include this parenthesis, but it probably should? Maybe? Install AST pretty. Metal Storm asks, do you try and run pyupgrade against hundreds of popular Python repos and see if they still pass their test/run? Usually not hundreds, but I do run it against lots and lots. It's also in use at nearly 300 or 400 repositories at Lyft, and at least that many at Yelp, and so I know it's pretty stable. Most of the bugs that I find are like super micro bugs or like things that people like would never actually notice. So I think I'll make virtualenv behave on Python 3 exactly the same as Python 2. Basically, a virtualenv generated env will be equal to the VM generated one. So going ahead, we'll only need to deal with new style environments and probably release it as the next major version. He was fine. I'll have to test it out a bunch and make sure that everything still works, because there's oh, exactly the same as VM. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's fair. Are you gonna have to re-implement the logic from VM, because you're gonna end up with weird cases like I don't know if you saw earlier, but I was reading Paul, is that his name? F. Moore. I was reading one of his pull requests, not this one, but the other pull request that he was working on. But being able to import VM doesn't necessarily mean that it works, at least on Debian. So like this Python 3.7 has a VM module, but running it doesn't work. It crashes like this. But what I've used, or like what I've used to detect VM in the past, or at least slightly more reliable detection for VM, is the check for ensure pip and VM. Is that what I did here? Yeah, so I try and import both ensure pip and VM, because that one at least will crash. In a pretty special way, apparently. But typical Debian shenanigans. Oh, okay, yeah. So you will have to re-implement how VM works. I guess that's not terrible. But if you can start, taking advantage of the pyvm.cfg stuff and like making that work well, then sounds good to me. Honestly, most of my like frustrations with VM have either been caused by Debian or are a result of a mix of virtualenv and VM not playing nicely together. I don't think I've found any other issues other than that. There is this like slight thing that I wish was better. So virtualenv at least like prints out when it does something, but the standard lib module does not at all. It's just complete silence. It's like sometimes that's good, I guess. But there's no way to even make it more verbose. But yeah, I approve. That sounds like a good approach for VM or for virtualenv, and that'll make it less surprising, and at least the bugs won't be our fault then. Yes, this is the line of code that I was pointing at, by the way. This one will need import ensure pip at the same time. It has better output as you can control the verbosity level. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like virtualenv does way better than VM does there. Yeah, this looks good. But like right now, it's gonna report that this is successful, so you'll have to fix that. But if you wanna steal some code, this is what I use. What was I doing? Oh, I was looking at whether this fixed things or not. It looks like they don't. So even in Python 3.8, it doesn't report this as the correct offset. Like, it knows that the expression starts at line 1, it starts here, but the call, it reports as starting here still. Why does it need ensure pip? It only needs it. I guess for virtualenv's case, you probably don't need ensure pip as long as you bundle the pip binary. So let me show you why that needs that. So it doesn't necessarily need it if you do without pip. Is that how this works? Yeah. So if you don't need pip, it will create the environment fine, with the like symlinks and the pyupgrade.cfg. Yeah, I guess like it comes down to like, are you invoking the venv machinery with pip or not? Or are we doing it this way? My guess would be for virtualenv's case, like keeping the packages separate and not using the with pip. And this is just because of Debian's shenanigans. The seed package logic will be internal for virtualenv. Cool. Seems good. Seems fine to me. What is this file doing? What? Where did this file come from? Did I run some IPython something accidentally? Or is this from Visual Studio Code? Like, where does this file come from? June 15th at 2:15, so 20 minutes ago? Rewind the footage real quickly and figure out what happened? I don't know. What was I working on then? Who knows? Something put this file on my computer. I don't know what it was. Okay, cool. Yeah, you won't use the VM flags. Cool. Well then, you probably can just check if the VM module imports. Although, let's see. Python 3.6-VM. Let's see what happens when I get rid of this, if it's still importable. What does that package provide? That's so fast. So most of the slowness of the VM module is the pip logic, I guess. Not at all what I expected. Oh, Debian, why do you do this? The worst is that I have to, like, I end up doing the same dance for the Dead Snakes packages as well, and we get so many issues on the issue tracker that are like, VM isn't working, what is this? But... Okay, so the VM package just contains the ensure pip module. Oh, and the binary for pyvenv. Not what I would expect, but I guess it works. So maybe you won't need this then. I guess I'm wrong. You'll be fine without it. Oh, my Azure Pipelines build succeeded. Wait a minute. Does this mean that I've RNG'd into the not broken hosts now? Run pre-commit. Hey! Well, what version of Python do I have? Grease. I wanted. Okay, yeah. So I've been downgraded to 372. Fine, I guess. But hey, my build's not broken anymore. Okay, so this is the bug that I want to try and fix. So we need to find this entire function call. So that means we need to do some like fun backtracking sadness. Blech. I already wrote this code once in my other project, but I think that one is a little bit more complicated. Add trailing comma also has this logic for finding the function call, but it uses some stuff with the first argument and stuff. Hey, what's up, Papaljup? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Is it find call? Yeah, so this is exactly the same thing. Like when we get a call object, the AST refers to it at the beginning of the function, and we try and find this parenthesis here. But unfortunately, what we need to do there is we need to walk until we find the first argument, and then we need to and add trailing comma doesn't actually care about the function object. It just wants to know where these parentheses are. But pyupgrade cares about the function. So once we find this parenthesis, then we need to walk backwards and then find the number of parentheses, I guess. Right. We need to do this parentheses stack stuff. Music, why have you stopped? I guess it's because I'm an hour and a half in. Oh well. But yeah, so we need to do something similar to this, but not the same. Because add trailing comma doesn't care about the call, and pyupgrade doesn't care about the parentheses. So let's write some failing tests, and then we'll go from there. Oh, is it not 6.texttype that's the problem? Oh, it's 6.texttype. How does that even... Hey, what's up, Beaselbubbin? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. That seems very strange to... Maybe my bug report's wrong. Maybe I made a different case. Oh, definitely still broken. How does this work then? Also, I'm surprised it is able to fix this. Which means I probably regressed this at some point. Six simple, I believe, is where this happens. Replace I. Oh, we look forward for the full attribute. Okay, I guess that's not the worst. And this is like code that I don't think anyone would ever write code that looks like this. It just happens to be broken, so it should still get fixed. Because this is more like a super super aggressive, like, make sure this isn't broken kind of situation, not a this is an actual thing that anyone would ever write code for. Parenthesized attributes. So we should be able to run this test. And we have our failure. Cool. Oh, but it's easier for... So if I did from 6 import text type, and I just did text type view, I think this works fine. So it's really just this one very specific case. Yeah, so this works fine, it just looks stupid. It's this case that's broken. I have two options here. One option is to detect this case and skip it, because it's weird. Or I could do a bunch of work to make this successful. I think what I'm going to do is skip it, because that is easier. Which is here. Renaming things for weird reasons. Don't rewrite things. Well, the funny thing about this thing, especially on in this case due to it being a bug, I actually found code like this in the wild. So it's actually very good that I didn't do this. Because it would have caused a bug. Okay. So what places were was this being called? For type context adders and symbol adders. So I think I can just say, like, if we see a parenthesis here, something odd is going on. And I think we could really only see a closed parenthesis and not an open parenthesis, so it's not worth fixing the other one. that should fix that. That should make it go into an infinite loop. Return. That's what I want. Okay. So fix that case. Which is fine. I mean, ideally I could fix the rewrite, but I think this is a simpler fix. Don't rewrite 6 attributes with friends. Oh no, I committed the wrong branch. Parenthesized attribute. I'll just cherry pick that off of this branch and delete that branch. Oh, and I was mentioning my Git helpers earlier that I use. One of them is mostly obsolete due to this feature from GitHub. I wish it would show me this every time that I pushed. Currently it only shows this for created branches, but otherwise I would use GitHub compare to get me essentially the same link. This link is new API, this is the old API, but they work the same. In fact, I think this one redirects to the other one. We had, was it question mark expand equals 1? Yeah, we end up at the same place, so like, my URL cuts out the middleman. Solves 161. Is this the correct single form for parenthesis? Fine. Parenthesis. Is that not a word? What is the singular form of parentheses? This is gonna bother me now. now I'm gonna know the answer and then oh, I was right. What was Google complaining me about then? I spell it wrong? No, I didn't mean that. I spelled it right. Alright, okay. Google making me second guess myself. Okay, that's fixed. One thing that my Discord had asked me to take a look at is I have like pyupgrade does a lot of code rewriting and has a lot of like logic that could make sense elsewhere. So let me just give you an example. There's this block parsing code here, which given like a position in the AST that points at like an if statement or a with block or a for loop or like any block structure in Python, it will correctly find the beginning, the pull-in portion, the end, and whether it's a single line block or not. And this like was useful for pyupgrade for doing indentation or like for deleting Python 2/Python 3 blocks, but it might be useful in some other code for like taking a block and moving it somewhere else and re-indenting it or whatever. And so like I think I would be able to split this code out, give it the proper tests that it needs inside of tokenize-rt, and like essentially like build some useful helpers in that. Because right now all that tokenize-rt is just the round-trip tokenizer that all of these code formatters and rewriters use on their own. And it currently just has these things. So it has a way to go from source to tokens, and a way to go from tokens to source. These are the two like round-trip functions. Tokenize-rt adds 2 tokens that aren't part of the standard tokenization. There's like the an escaped new line, which there's just no token for that. The standard tokenization just skips over it. And unimportant white space, which is like any white space that appears outside of like a name or an expression. The standard tokenization just skips that. And so tokenize-rt provides special tokens for these. And then the actual token objects that this module, this library produces are these classes here, which have the name, so the token name, which follows the standard tokenized names, and the source for that token, and then sometimes it'll have line and offset information. I haven't I could make this work perfectly, but it currently doesn't because I just didn't bother. So for these generated tokens, they don't have this information. But I could fix that. Maybe that would be something that would be useful. I haven't needed it myself, so that's why I haven't bothered implementing it. But yeah. Oh, and then it has a couple other things. So like the offset property of a token will give you this structure, so you could use it as a key or something. And then there's this reversed enumerate helper, which gets used in about half of my source rewriting projects to iterate a source backwards, which makes it easier to rewrite. Basically, you can modify the list while you're iterating if you iterate backwards. Does the full source of the file go round trip? Yes, that's kind of the goal of this, is like, I wanted some way to take in Python source code, and if I didn't do any modifications, write it directly back to disk after marshalling it in and out of these types. Because the standard lib AST drops a lot of the information that makes this possible, and the tokenize module has all of this information but doesn't provide it all directly. And so I use this to implement my code rewriters. And you tokenize the white space so you can reconstruct whatever the original white space was. Yes. The way the standard lib tokenization... So the standard lib tokenization kind of does this, but it keeps track of it in a bunch of strings. So let's say like I have this... Sure, we'll just take this file here. If we run the tokenization... Oh, this doesn't show all of the information. And we have to actually or tokenize. Tokenize. What was that? T.py. How is not callable. Right. Supposed to be read line, because it's one of these weird old interfaces. So this is the information that the standard lib gives you. Oh, they're enums now. That's cool. They didn't used to be name tuples either. Someone added this, so this is nice. But they give you start and end is new. Oh no, it's not. Start and end gives you that, and they give you the line that the source appeared on. So from this start and end, you can infer that there was some missed white space here, because like this ended at 1.2 and then this started at 2.4, and so you can know that on line 2 characters 0 through 4 are not part of the token stream, and so that's how the standard lib round trips this. But I find that it's more useful to actually have this as an available token so that you can infer some stuff about it. In the same way that, like, if you have an escaped new line, let's take this for example. For tokenize, we'll produce that same loop as before. We can see here that there's the escaped new line right here. But we don't get any of that information in here. It just goes on to the next line directly. And between this token and this token, we would lose this information. Both this white space, this escaped new line, and the indentation on this next line are just gone to the ether. No information about this. And so tokenize-rt makes that available. By the way, fuck BNF. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're dealing with a much more complicated BNF than most people would, because you're dealing with that terrible language. Usually it's not terrible if you have like a smaller set of tokens, but you had what, like 300 BNF definitions in the, what is it, TTCN3 or something like that? Which, like, nope. Like Python's is pretty short. Python grammar spec. Like this is Python's. I mean, this is not quite BNF, but like this is Python's syntax spec. It's relatively short. It's not TTCN's fault. Whose fault is it then? Oh, or are you just complaining about the different Python BNF consumption things? The BNF parts just can't handle the syntax used by the spec. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and take some of the clever bits of pyupgrade and factor them out, essentially. Oh, there was a question a while ago that I just didn't finish answering. Do you try and run pyupgrade against lots of popular repos? I do test against a couple, like the largest repos that I have access to. So we have a couple like 100,000-ish lines of code at Lyft, and I've tested it against those many times. Usually I can just manually inspect the output because it doesn't change all that much code. The other one that I do pretty often is this repository that is open source by Yelp called Pasta. I don't use Pasta, but it has a lot of Python. Find all the Python files. Yeah, it has 102,000 lines of Python. So I often do this to like see what changes I've made will affect other people's source, and I've often found bugs by doing this. We also recently ran it on PyTest, and it worked out well there for me. It was further back than I remember. We released 4.6. Here we go. So, like, I ran pyupgrade on PyTest, and it did all of these changes automatically. Like, remove Unicode literals, get rid of quote-unquote new style classes. Most of it is new style classes, to be honest. There were some interesting ones, though. Oh, like fixing super. We didn't get to use, like, f-strings yet, because we still support Python 3.5, but one day we'll have f-strings also, and that'll be cool. But yeah, also, like, converting % format to dot format. And this will eventually get converted to an f-string, which will be good. But mostly that. And worked pretty well. See what it changes in Pasta. Because they also run pyupgrade, but they're not quite as up to date as we tend to be at Lyft. Oh. Removed unnecessary parentheses. That one was a relatively new feature. Are these all going to be the same thing? Yeah, more parens. What did we change here? Oh yeah, string literal with dot encode can just be string literal with encode and UTF-8 as the codec. You can just drop the codec because that's the default in Python 3. This should really just have a B in front of it, which will get fixed eventually. Where's my issue for that? I replace ASCII literal dot encode with byte strings. Yeah, so I eventually want to do this, but it requires some clever bits, and it also requires some stuff that I would like to factor out into tokenize-rt. But, so it did that in a couple places. Here's another case where there were there were unnecessary parentheses. This one's hard to see because it's just like stacks on stacks of parentheses. This one had an unnecessary parenthesized generator expression, so that one just got fixed. Same with this here. In fact, same with this one here. This one will actually introduce a flake 8 warning, but hopefully something else will fix that. But yeah, just removed extra set of parentheses, and it doesn't fix up the indentation because that's hard. But it assumes that some other tool will fix it for them. Is this really just gonna be? Oh, this is brand new fix, contributed by Twitch chat actually, which replaces for loops that are just yielding the iterator to change them directly to yield from. It was a pretty nifty change. Yeah, look at you, sarcastic Dante. It's a good change. I'm happy with it. But look, you can see it running for real life. For real life, yeah, that makes words. It looks like Costa actually used this pattern a couple times, so it was cool to see that get rewritten. Why did they write this? Seems strange. I did like 3/4. Well, I mean, a lot of this stuff. Well, I mean, you say that I did 3/4 of the work, but at the same time, like, a lot of the research that you did changed how I wrote the if statement block builder. Like, I wouldn't have even thought about the dedent cases or like the nested stuff if you wouldn't have told me, or like a function call being afterwards. I would have just like shipped it and realized, oh, this deletes a bunch of white space, which is not ideal. So like, give yourself more credit, bud. Like you did a lot of really good work on this. Yeah, I don't know why they did this, because like even in Python 2, this would still be true. That's fine. This is more of the encode stuff, which eventually will put a B here, but not yet. That issue hasn't been implemented. More of the stir here. Where are these encode calls? Hey, oh, is this correct? Can you yield from in an async def? I don't think you can. I think this is a bug. I don't know enough about async def though. Async def f. Yield from 1, 2, 3. Yield from inside async function. Shit. I've misled you. Why is stir needed? It very rarely is needed. I can think of one specific case. Oh, that's not Windows. Let me show you the one specific case that I happen to know of on why stir is necessary. So if we run Python 2, from future import Unicode literals. So if we have like foo, if I did, we'll import subprocess also. If I did os and os.environ foo equals bar, which now if we look at os.environ foo, we have a Unicode string inside of os-environ, and if I try to use subprocess.call echo hi, and this is particular, wait, they fix it? Oh, there we go. If we pass env, and env contains Unicode strings, you'll get a type error on Windows. But you can fix this by doing well, first we have to delete it out of there. Foo, if we do os.environ stir of foo equals stir of bar, what this forces is, instead of getting a Unicode string due to Unicode literals, you would now get what's called a native string. So it's always the type of stir, whether you're Python 2 stir or Python 3 stir. Because in Python 2, stir is bytes, but in Python 3, stir is a text type. Do you want to work on that, Sarcastic Dante, or do you want me to fix it? Because it's probably just like a couple lines of code. It's not always to fix Windows stuff. There's sometimes where like APIs will require a native string literal, and so you have to do that for some things. Should not rewrite yield. Don't rewrite to yield from inside async def. Oops. Totally forgot about this. You've tripped the bot. Why is yield allowed but not yield from though? Yeah, that's what I said. Async def yield from. So there was a whole conversation about this, and this is not it. Asynchronous yield from. While it is theoretically possible to implement yield from support for asynchronous generators, it would require a serious redesign of generators. It would be too hard to implement, and you don't need it anyway. I mean, I disagree with them, but that's just the way that they did it. Like, I feel like you should be able to yield from in an async def with synchronous thing. But what is yield from again? It yields everything. It yields everything from an iterator. So if I have like if I had like def g that return 1, 2, 3, I think the music stopped. Why have you stopped? Oh, you're starting a new song. Okay, fine. Say I had like G, and I wanted to make a function that composes G with something else. So in Python 2, you would write for x in G, yield x, and then maybe like yield 0 and then yield 100, and then just to show you how it executes, what directory did I put that file in? In pyupgrade. And then if we show this running, you would see like you would yield a 0, then you would yield each of these things from G, which you see here, and then you'd yield something after. But they added yield from in Python 3, and so you can simplify that code to do the same thing. This is Python 3, by the way. But yeah, it'll take any iterator that's possible. But it doesn't work in async defs for reasons. I also use BSD. Nice. I think Emacs is a great editor. I'm not going to argue with you about editors because I use Nano like a noob. That's okay too. Is it just Linux and Windows? Oh, for the chatbot, yeah, you can see the chatbot source on GitHub. Is inspired by a Twitch chatter that goes by B, who wrote a better version of it, but this is the current version. It looks at it it matches currently on Linux, Nano, and Windows, and then produces a message in chat about GNU / those things. It's a little bit silly. I'll check it out. It's probably just one check in the AST visitor. Yeah. So what you would need to do, I can actually. Did we do one in pyupgrade? Maybe. Let me see if there's one in pyupgrade. One that you can kind of steal some inspiration from. Why did this fail? It succeeded on the PR. Just RNG, I guess. Oh, I guess I RNG to the old Azure Pipelines instances that are still broken. But, yeah. Yeah. So you can basically do what this did here. Except instead of comprehensions, you'd do it for async function def. Let's see. Not the editor, it's your fingers. What do you mean? Dawidak0111 says, "Hey, I'm an 18-year-old which in September starts IT engineering. I've done some things with Python, HTML/CSS, but I still don't feel 100% comfy coding. I have to look at Stack Overflow for every line of code. What do you recommend? Sorry if I made some mistakes. Reading, Spaniard. I see. Honestly, I spend a lot of my time reading docs and reading Stack Overflow as well. I don't think you should be concerned that you spend a lot of time looking stuff up. I think you're probably doing fine. Is what I'm saying. In fact, I have a Stack Overflow tab open right now. I often have like Python docs open. I'm often reading like PyDoc or looking at the source code or like figuring out how someone else does something. And actually, like being able to search for answers is a really, really important skill. I actually think like I probably wouldn't be a programmer today if I didn't figure out how to read the PHP docs in whatever year that was, 2004. And so, like being able to find the answer that you need from Stack Overflow is really good. So like keep up with it. Don't let searching the internet get you down. It's natural, and like I still do it, and I'd say I'm pretty good at programming ish. But I still spend a bunch of time on searching the internet for stuff as well. Hey, what's up, the Gel Mega? How's your Saturday going? It gets better. No one expects you to be an expert, and you'll develop fluency over time. That's very well put. Thank you. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh, we found that bug. But Sarcastic Dante is going to work on it. I was going to make an issue for it here. At 525? Is that what it is? Yeah, hopefully And sarcastic Dante will get this one, which ends up producing a syntax error. I'm good at programming, so why are you using Python? Ooh, shots fired. I mean, you're kind of right. Python's like not always the greatest programming language. The main reason that I use Python, or like continue to use Python, is it's helpful, or it's useful for me at work, and I maintain some tools that are written in Python. It's a good choice for its like cross-platform compatibility and like decent library. What is the word I want? Decent. It has a decent number of libraries that are useful for building stuff. And for the most part, it works pretty well. But I also write in a bunch of other programming languages, just not necessarily as many on streams. Like I've done some like Kotlin on stream. I've written a bunch of C, not on stream though. I used to be a C++ programmer. I was a C# programmer at one point. I wrote a bunch of PHP. I write some Go occasionally. Like, written a ton of Java. But I don't know. Python streams well, so I've stuck with that. Also, if you encounter people who are smarter than you at coding, ask questions and try to learn from them. I've not found many who find problem in that. Yeah, like I spend a lot of my time answering questions, and I really enjoy it. So feel free to ask away. I'm happy to chat. Every programming job I've had, new people only know 10 to 30% of the stuff they need to do the job, and then they learn the rest in weeks or months. Some big companies even years. Just, yeah, Google stuff. That's absolutely true. Like I think, like even at Lyft, I spent like my first week just, well, it's not exactly true because I tried to commit code my first day because I wanted to see if I could. But like I spent a lot of my first week just reading through Lyft documentation to figure out like how things worked and stuff. Just got a bit frustrated by LLVM, which generated a call to double under check stack. Then I found out it's a Windows function that makes sure you have enough pages reserved on the stack to store all the variables. Amazing. But hey, cross-platform, low-level virtual machine. Surprise, surprise, I guess. In a Stallman rant says, excuse me, but I'd suggest you not use Google as a verb, as proprietary software is a means to slavery. I wouldn't put it past Stallman to say that. Stallman is also related to the virus called GPL. How much rep do I have on Stack Overflow? I have a lot of rep on Stack Overflow. Well, not a lot. I have, where's the, like, graph? Is this the graph? No, that's the question that I keep getting rep for. How do I get to the nice graph? Is it this? Anyway. This button? This button? I don't know, but there's a graph. I have a decent amount of Stack Overflow rep. A lot of it is bottled up in like 5 or 6 questions. Which summary, that's a good place to go. Like these 3 questions account for almost 13,000 of my rep. But I don't know, I spend more time on Stack Overflow than I probably should. Some of it is answering, some of it is asking, most of it is answering though. I guess I also have a decent number of rep from my questions too. Only 200 for me, I'm obviously a noob. I mean, 200 means that you can vote on stuff, so that's always a good start. My brother has a Stack Overflow account, but he unfortunately doesn't have enough rep to vote yet or answer stuff, so he's kind of stuck in the like purgatory of like low rep users. Unfortunately, the only way to get out of low rep is to ask questions, which I think is a little bit broken, but no. Have you seen cheat.sh? URL is unfamiliar, so no. Curl. Oh, what are the choices here? What? So you can just like curl a cheat sheet? What does fish give me? Oh, I see. That's a cheat sheet for fish. So what's one that I think would be interesting? apt-get, sure. Show me the cheat sheet for apt-get. Oh, this is kind of nice. Pretty cool. No, I haven't seen cheat.sh before. They have plugins for major editors that will basically search Stack Overflow from your editor and paste the source code of the top answer. Oh, that's great. I found my activity from years ago is still collecting rep on my account. Yeah, often like some of my answers are really old. This one is brand new, but like this one, I originally answered in 2013. When I was cross-compiling some C++ code for school. It was just like, why was I down that rabbit hole? But at least I found the answer to it. Also, the next highest answer is just, or not that one. This answer is just wrong. Where's the like destructive answer? This one. This one is just like, nope, 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 don't do that. This is how you break your system. This person did the same thing. Fortunately, I managed to find the correct way to do this. But I actually have no idea how I managed to find this, because I don't know how I would have found this package or like known to use it. I must have just like guessed a package name. No, but yeah, you're right. I accumulate lots and lots of rep just from old stuff. Can't you answer questions at low rep? I think you need like 50 rep or something to get the answer. Let's see. Look at the privileges. And more privileges. Great posts. Oh, I guess you can contribute an answer. Oh, it's that you can't upvote people. You can't upvote until you get to like 15 rep. So the only way to get into like I think that one of the better ways to contribute to Stack Overflow is to like +1 things that are good and -1 things that are bad. Unfortunately, like getting to downvote is 120 rep, but it makes sense. Like spammers would ruin the rest of everything. So I kind of get the reputation system. It's just kind of annoying a little bit. But yeah. Oh, apparently there's only one thing that I don't have access to. But I'll get that one pretty soon, I guess. Unless there's more after that. Huh. Does it mean I can access Google Analytics for Stack Overflow? That seems kind of cool. How to be a programmer for dummies. Control-C, Control-V from Stack Overflow. I got offended. I mean, it's pretty true. True. The type of criticism you get when you Stack Overflow for too long, but also the tools you've acquired. By the way, do you know why would -i system user include appear in my makefile? That sounds like macOS stuff. What does iSystem do? Warnings are suppressed when they occur in system headers. By default, an included file is treated as a system header if it is found in an include path specified by this. iSystem equals user include sounds like the default, so I don't know why that would end up in your makefile. Huh. No idea there. It's how many girls have you pulled with that rep? Huh. Oh man. If only I could get girls from Stack Overflow reputation, that would be, wouldn't that be the dream? I guess the answer is 0, unfortunately. it would be pretty funny if that was a valid approach. I should really just set the default zoom in Chrome. I don't know how to do that though. Because I feel like every time I'm streaming, I'm like, open a website, zoom, 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 so that chat can read it. I've heard that if you mention your high reputation in a job interview, it's in your favor. I mean, yeah, did I put it on my resume? Did I even put it on my resume? When was the last time I made a resume is the other question. 2 years ago? Within this folder called Documents? Oh, it's a .doc. I'm an idiot. Why would I do that? Can I open this? Nope. Look guys, it's my resume. Oh, there's still like some text in here. Mostly garbage. Almost entirely garbage. I guess we can still read the text here though. Control plus does not zoom. Neither does control scroll wheel. What is this terrible program? Well, now you guys know my phone number. RIP. Please don't call me. Doxed. I wrote about Yelp. I wrote about my education. Open source. This is where I would have put it. Nope. I did not include my Stack Overflow profile here. And this was before I worked on PyTest, so I didn't include that either. It was also before I worked on Talks, so I also didn't include that either. Anyway, please don't call me. RIP. I'm so far behind on chat now. Let's see. I like that downvoting. Yeah. What is one super cool feature that you're most thankful for in Python? My favorite new feature is f-strings. I really like f-strings. I really didn't think I would like them, but they're pretty nice. They can still be abused in a way that like is gross. I don't know. I like f-strings. Are they my favorite feature of Python? I'm trying to think what other things I actually like about Python. I like context managers, and particularly I like context-lib context manager. I really like this decorator. This one. This one's a nice decorator, which allows you to make yields into, or it allows you to turn single generators into context managers. I also like the argparse module. Those are probably my 3 favorite things of Python. Yeah. I impressed a girl once with my rep on Stack Overflow, but no more than that. Maybe I should try that then. I'll put it on my on my dating profiles. First time you meet someone, so how much rep do you have on Stack Overflow? Nice shoes, what's your rep? Nice resume, you're hired. That's my old resume. My new resume is a bit better. I just haven't put one together. I mean, if I made a resume, you know what I mean. I think I'm gonna put my Stack Overflow rep on my Tinder profile. Genius. Oh, LibreOffice will open docs? Yeah, I just don't have Microsoft Docs installed, and for whatever reason I wrote it in that. Do you want a clip of your number? Linger on that GPA. Oh yeah. Oh, and that's my like deflated GPA because my computer science GPA is higher than That's how things go. What do you consider an abuse of f string? Just trying to cram too much code into them? Yes, that's pretty much the only thing that I would consider like an abuse. Like you can write arbitrary expressions in them. So like if I wanted to do like, I could import a module and then call check output like echo I decode I think that's syntactically valid. Yeah, so like you can like kind of abuse the hell out of them in wacky ways, because you can just write arbitrary code inside the curly braces. And like I try and limit myself to simple names, simple attributes. Maybe like indexing is kind of okay, and that's about it. Like and maybe like some basic function calls or whatever. But like I try and keep my f strings as simple as possible, because it's too easy to get to like it's too easy to kind of make your f string too complicated and harder to read. Are f strings always evaluated or only when that code actually runs? Yeah, it's only evaluated when the code is executed. In fact, the way it generates the code, make a function return foo f.name, for instance. If you look at the disassembly for that, so what happens is, so Python is a stack-based language, so any opcode either is like adding things to the stack or removing things from the stack. So in this case, we have this f string here evaluated says load a global, so grab this foo and put it on the stack. Then format that value, so that essentially just calls stir on this. Then we load another global f. Then we grab the attribute off of that global, so that gives us to f.name. Then we format that value, so that's essentially calling stir on this. And then we call build string with a number. And what build string does is it pops this number of things off of the stack and then joins them together and then puts that thing back on the stack. So it essentially evaluates the same as this. Thing.join stir foo, well, actually format foo, and then format f.name. It essentially evaluates the same as this, but it's syntax sugared. That's how that works. Time to delete that VOD after the stream and all the clips. Yeah, just don't call me. I mean, or do, and then I'll just be sad. Is it just short syntax for string formatting? Yeah. Yep. It's essentially a syntax sugar. Deflated, it gets bigger. Yeah. My computer science grade point was a 4, so everything else just brought me down. As a non-Pythonian, what is an f string? Oh, it's just a format string. The f comes from the f prefix. In other languages, so like in JavaScript, you have template strings. If I can remember how to do this, console.log hello x. Is that how this works? Yeah. So JavaScript has a similar thing with backtick quotes and then $ curly brace. You can also customize templates in JavaScript, which is just like super mind blown, but yeah. So other languages have this same feature as well. I would call it string format in C#. Does C# have interpolated strings now? Because back when I wrote C#, I feel like it did not. Oh yeah, bling strings! Was that C#5? C#6? When was that? The last C# I wrote was C#4. So I didn't have lots of nice things. Where's the like new in? New in introduce Oh, available in C#6. Okay, so that's why I didn't know they existed. But yeah, in C# it's $, I guess. But I have heard the term bling string before. I feel like someone has told me that, but I don't remember when that would be from. But I feel like that's where I heard that from. I still prefer the C# way. Yeah. I mean, the C# way is not all that different than Python. Like, the main difference is the prefix character. The reason, so from what I understand, the reason they didn't do $sign in Python is there's no tokens that are the $sign. It's so like an easy way to know whether something is a syntax error is just put a $sign in the middle of your code. But F already has a token that they could reuse. I think that's why they went with that. But I don't know. I'm making shit up, so it could just be completely wrong. MDN link. Oh, tagged templates. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, where you can make your own. You make your own function that gets called as part of the template literal, which is. First time I saw this, I was like, that looks like a syntax error. Oh, it's not. It's these new template literal stuff. But it like calls the this function with the substitution parameters here. And then like usually people will do this as like splat arguments so that they can parse one at a time which one goes where. Yeah, like here. This is typically what I've seen is someone that does this. It's pretty powerful. Trying to debug this code though, not the most fun. But that's that. Why do I have email? Okay, there you go. But yeah, I'll make sure. I'll make sure my next shitty Tinder date that I'll just be like, oh, have you seen me on Stack Overflow? The funny thing though is like pretty often at work or like when I'm talking with other tech people, they'll be like, oh, I saw you on Stack Overflow the other day. It's like, what? Why? But yeah. What was I doing? Completely lost track of things. Oh, I was making this PR. Why did you fail? I think this is just the SQLite stuff. Yeah, just the SQLite. Is that shit allowed? Oh. Yes, this is fine. So maybe it's slightly more complicated. But yeah, this is legal. How do I don't know how to async IO. Oh, there's a new feature though. Python 3.8-m async IO-I? Is that a thing? It does not support -I. So if we change this to yield from, changing the source doesn't help me. Copy and paste this. Await F. Yeah, that seems to be valid. I saw you on Stack Overflow the other day. What? Why? Why are you stalking me? Yeah. Yeah. You meant yield from, but yeah, I figured it out. But yeah, that is allowed, so you will need another... You need a stack? I think you need a counter? No, you don't need a counter, you need a stack. So you're essentially going to need to do, like... just make a simplified case. What's up, Simplevar? Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. This is the AST node, Python 3 AST. Async function def. Just make like a simple visitor like this. That's the basic setup. Visitor.py t.py. T.py no longer has what is this 2-space indents? So then if we run this visitor now, we can see that on line 2, we have this 4, which is inside of the async def, but on line 6, we're not in 1. I guess we would also want to check after. So yeah, that would be how you would do this. And actually, since this is kind of a neat little standalone piece of code, I've been collecting recently like little snippets that I write in a repository, because sometimes they're useful occasionally. As you've noticed, I very frequently call things t.py, so I made a repository to celebrate that called t, which if you want to check it out, there's a couple other ones, and basically whenever I come up with something, I like write a little blurb about why things are broken, and then like show how they're fixed, or like why I wrote that. So I'm gonna make a little T subdir for this, because I think this is kind of a cool piece of code. And Today's date is the 15th. I made another example today. In async def. Oops. A short demo AST visitor for figuring out for properly handling the context of being inside of an async def. This was done because of a bug found in pyupgrade, which was accidentally rewriting to yield from inside an async def where that's not allowed. $167. More details. T, very descriptive, yeah. Yeah, the repository name is intentionally a little bit not it's intentionally not descriptive, as are the file names. That move A, B syntax blew my mind. Yeah, that was one of those things. The first time someone showed me that, I was like, that's a syntax error. You did something wrong there. And they're like, hold up, I'm about to show you something great. This is going to be awesome. Actually, that's not what they said. They said you're a fucking idiot. What's wrong with you? But no, that person was not a very nice person. Hey, what's up, Mohammed? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Yeah, this is an individual that I did not get along with, so they were not the nicest in explaining this to me. But this brace thing expands out to 2 arguments. So if you did like A, B, C, you'll get A, B, and AC. Another one that's useful is this one. So you can use ... to get a bunch of numbers. I've used that one a lot. It's another one that's good. Oh, you can also nest these too. So if you did like nest them, so then you'd end up with foobar and then foobaz hi and then foobaz hello. But it's kind of useful. I think my most common use case is with move, but it's pretty good. X spinning, basically. It's parameter expansion, I think they call it. So. But anyway, I made a t.py today. The second one for today. Add in async def example. Ooh. But Pregament Hooks fixed it for me, so it's all good. But hopefully that helps you out with that, Sarcastic Dante. But yeah, most often when I make those little snippets, it's because I'm explaining something on stream, and so now, like, if I ever need to explain the same thing to someone else, I can just link them to one of those example things, where I can just be like, oh, you wanted to know about things in async defs, here you go. Oh, but I just noticed something that really bothers me. So this is the one that I made this morning, and this is the one that I just made, but they're not in the right order. And I initially tried to make them ordered by using the date, but apparently that's not enough. Ugh, don't bother me. No, I'm just gonna leave it. Not important. This is one that I wrote kind of jokingly for PyTest this morning. So if you can set the double under module attribute on classes. Normally it points to where the class gets defined, but you can do whatever you want. But this attribute does not get inherited. So if you see, like, C's module is high, but D, the class that inherits from it, is main. So I was like, I wonder if I can make a meta class that always sets module to a constant. And it turns out it's not so hard. You make a meta class that inherits from type. A meta class is a class that produces classes. Which, if it hurts your brain, that's fine. Don't write meta classes. You don't need to write meta classes. No one needs to write meta classes. But anyway, you can. And that allows you to set a constant on a class. Apparently there's syntax to send keyword arguments into meta classes, but I couldn't figure it out, so I didn't bother finishing my toy example that I'm never actually going to use. Maybe one day I will need that, and then I'll go figure that one out. But yes. Meta classes are a very poor man's templates. In some ways, yes, they can let you customize how a class gets created. I think I've only used them in one terrible... Yeah, I've used meta classes a total of one time, and they did a very, very terrible thing. I'm actually going to grab a drink. I'll be right back, because my mouth's dry, and then I'll explain the terrible thing that I did with meta classes. Well, I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so the terrible meta class that I wrote, there's a little bit of background to the story. So there's this Python templating language called Cheetah, which kind of looks like this. Like, you have pound signs for directives, which are like Python code, and then you have dollar signs for variables. And we use Cheetah at Yelp for the main website's templating needs. But it had, like, various problems. And the biggest problem with Cheetah is that the only way to share code between templates is to... the only way to share code between templates is by template inheritance. So if you needed to share a function, you would just put it in the base class and then inherit in all of your templates. Which sounds fine. when maybe you have like 5 or 10 or 20 templates, but it's very much not fine when you are working in a code base that has 3 million lines of Python and has thousands of templates. Because what you end up with is anytime you wanted to share code, you would just like push it further and further up the template inheritance tree. And so you would have these base template files that would have like tens of thousands of lines of completely unrelated code, all shoved into a file because that was the only way to share code. And as an intern, I had this like crazy idea that like, well, what if we just took the functions and ripped them off the class and then like called them normally? What would happen? What could go wrong? And so I wrote, sounds like wonderful OP technology, yeah. So I wrote a meta class, which you could inherit from a meta class in Cheetah. Also, this is Yelp Cheetah, which is a fork of Cheetah where I removed all the shit that people should never fucking use. Which, there's a lot of terrible things that got removed, and like then I improved stuff over time. And actually, Yelp Cheetah is actually the fastest Python templating language, according to other people's benchmarks, not mine. So that's a thing. But partially because it does some like compile time optimizations, which other things don't. But anyway, I wrote a meta class which you can inherit from, which allows you to make importable template functions. Fastest Python, yeah. Yeah. It's still slow, but surprise, surprise. It's actually really fast in PyPy because PyPy basically sees the template function and essentially just compiles it into a string format, which makes it just like super fast. Because it does its like magic cheating stuff. But anyway, what this meta class does is down here. So I made partial template type, which is a meta class that creates partial templates. And so it first builds the class as normal. And then this is where the terrible parts happen. It finds the module that class was defined in and finds all of the functions defined in the class, pulls them out, wraps them with this decorator, which we'll see in a minute. The decorator is also evil. And then assigns those attributes to the module. So basically, it notices a class definition, pulls all the functions out, and sticks them onto the module instead of the class. And then, this default self decorator, which is here, it tries to look up a stack frame for a variable called self, and then injects that into the function call. Because the imported template functions don't actually have access to the original class, and the actual class is how Cheetah does all of its output. It basically builds up a list of strings and then joins them together and sends them to the client. But it needs access to self so it can build up that list of strings. And that's how this terrible thing works. And our ops team was absolutely terrified of this, and like we shipped it out and it still worked. Why not make shared functions imported in static, taking the target instance as the first argument? I mean, that could have been possible, but then we didn't want to teach front-end developers that like, oh, sometimes you need to put self as an argument, sometimes you don't, and like trying to explain that, oh, the code that you're writing in this template file is actually Python code. People were not super happy with that. But like, you could have done that. Can you not override getAttr on the module and just proxy the call to the class? You could, but you still don't have access to the instance. You would still need to do the frame jumping at the call time. But also, we didn't have access to the module objects. We only had access to the class. I guess the meta class could have reached up to the module and put a getAttr there, but that would have been even trickier. But this worked, and actually, Oh, well, thank you, Princess Fuwa1, for the follow. Every follow counts. And actually, this worked exceptionally well, and I don't want to like give myself too much credit, but I think this glorious hack was part of the reason that Yelp was successful in scaling both their front-end team and their full-stack engineers, because they could write code that allowed them to package up these template functions. It also allowed them to unit test these template functions, and they could basically build separate modules that were specific to a piece of code without needing to basically test the whole world for them. Because before this, the way you would test any front-end code that you wrote is you would write some code, then you would render a full page that happened to call your template function, and then you would try and inspect the resulting HTML and like zigzag down to find the element that you modified, and then check a bunch of attributes on that, and it just took forever. Thank you, DVTKRLBS. Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. But once they had template or like partial functions, they could just import them and test them directly, which basically it allowed them to unit test their functions. In a lot of ways, the ideas from this are similar to the ideas from React. Like in React, you build a bunch of React components and you compose them all together. But when you want to test them, you test each component individually and like write unit tests against it. I mean, if you unit test your React components, not everyone does, because like, sometimes it's a waste of time. Instead of like having these monolithic object-oriented templating things. But I also went one step further because I was slightly evil in this. Hey, what's up, you Dong E? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. I actually took this a little bit further and made it enforced that if you wrote a partial template in Yelp, then you had to write a test for it. And so we used this meta test, which would try and import all of the test modules and then make sure that every module had a test. Or every, what am I trying to say? It would import all of the test modules and then make sure that each template module had a test for it. So it basically like forced people to write unit tests for their partial templates. But I don't know, we caught a lot of bugs by people actually testing their templates, which was good. It also gave us a lot more confidence when we like changed how, like, because I was changing how the template language works. But if I had like a large set of unit tests to verify that like, oh, these templates still render the same as before, I had much higher confidence when I was changing that. That was good. All right, I was gonna merge this PR. I'm gonna rerun talks on. I'm gonna run Python 2.7 and pre-commit on my computer because Azure Pipelines currently has flakily broken Python distributions that are missing the SQLite module because they're awesome like that. I mean, I've mostly been happy with what Azure Pipelines has to provide, but their rollout of this Python change has been really bad. So the first one is just pre-commit run all files. That should just be all green. And then we'll test in Python 2.7. It's all green there. That's good. And Python 2.7. And then I'll merge the PR. And that's good too. What is this? Oh, my t.py file. Yeah. Shush. That's good. Metacode is always scary. Yeah. But I think that's the best worst code I've written, so that's fine. Oh, I have a text message. Is it one of you? Oh no, it's not one of you. Okay. Oh. My dad just paid me some money that he owed me. Cool. But yeah, what am I gonna work on now? Let's fix that. That was the issue that fixed it. That was one of the things that I could have worked on. Sarcastic Dante is working on this one, so I don't have to do anything for that. Hey, what's up, whatever land? Thank you for the follow. What land are you from? The land I'm from is Ohio, which has 4 C's, as Cleveland, which is where I'm born, Cincinnati, Columbus, and cornfields. There's nothing else. But I grew up in Michigan, so a little bit different than Ohio. I want to do some investigation into this one. I think it's going to be really, really hard to do. Not because, like, parsing this is hard, but, like, from the AST, I can't know when this ternary ends easily. Like, I think I could approximate it by looking for either an end brace or a new line, or a comma, or what else? Some other operator. I think there's a lot of cases that makes this hard to do, hard to automate. Like, you could have 1 if true, else false, and 3. Is that different than this? It is. So the ternary binds higher than this and. So we get an if expression, which has a test, which occurs before the body and the or else. You'll have to guess from my accent when I finally start streaming myself. Interesting. Check out your account created 3 hours ago, following since 3 minutes ago. Nice. Well, I'll give you a follow. You'll get off the ground. But let me know when you start streaming, and then I'll then I'll guess where you're from. But welcome to Twitch. Thank you for the follow. Are you going to be streaming programming, whatever land? This would be a good one to work on. Oh, I think this would be... So I was talking earlier about tokenize-rt. Oh, maybe I'll work on that. I was talking earlier about tokenize-rt and some stuff that would be useful to move into there. I believe that I've used this non-coding tokens in at least one of my projects. All repos. Let's just grep for that. Non-coding tokens. In Python files. And then assignments. Yeah, so at least in 2 projects, and it's exactly the same. Clone these so they're up to date. So that's a thing that could be moved up. Well, I can't spell. How does this work? Where do the token names come from? I'm wondering if there's like a nice module that has all of them. All of the constants from the token module. So we just have a mapping of names. Fine, I guess. Oh, what is this thing? Oh, I guess the underlying token module has a bunch of specialized names for all of these. It works if I remove the tests. Oh boy. So you're saying it doesn't work. Okay, so there's no like convenient constant. That's fine. That's not what I wanted. Let's add that to the README. Should organize this. Reorganize this a little bit. Offset token and dot offset. Bring to and from tokens. Additional tokens added by tokenize-rt. And then helpers. Non-coding tokens. A frozen set containing tokens which may appear between others while not affecting control flow or code. Currently, this contains comment. Escaped new line, or well, NL. So there's a new line token and an NL token. The new line token is used for control flow, but the NL token is not. Okay, so that's one thing that we've been able to move over. What else is? Oh, one thing that I've been meaning to do is there's two transformations that happens inside of pyupgrade which fixes things. Where is that? FRU, would that be it? Yeah. Is string prefix. Yeah, so we do this, I guess I can just show you. So if we have like an F string, but we're in Python 2, that gets tokenized as a name token and then a string token, whereas in Python 3 you would get just a string token. And so one thing that I would want to do is adjust the offset of this so that, or like combine these two tokens in both so that it gives the same tokenization. There's also a bug in an older version of PyPy where like Unicode literal would have the same problem. I think that might be useful to move into tokenize-rt, and then I wouldn't need this is string prefix tokens -1. The name is a string. When a string prefix is not recognized, the tokenizer, yeah, that's what I'm talking about here. And so here I'm just doing this modification here. And I just delete the previous token. That's, I guess that works. But I think I can do this in tokenize-rt. It'll change the output, but I think it's not a breaking change. I mean, it's going to change the behavior, but I think all of the consumers would have to handle it already if they were working properly. Except maybe not future F strings, so I'd have to check that one. But one that would be useful, I know that future F strings has to do it. One thing that would be useful is like combining implicit joins in tokenize-rt. You can do something like this in Python. Foo bar baz. These are actually one string literal that gets joined over lines. It'd be nice to be able to parse that automatically. But I know that this has to do that. This is exactly the same comment from pyupgrade, isn't it? It's exactly the same comment. Amazing. Although this has a different condition. It does the same code though. This one looks forward, whereas this one looks backward. So let me commit each of these parts here. Add non-coding tokens. As source to tokens, let's quantify what I want to do here. So as source to tokens f string normalization. Strings aren't recognized in Python 2. Recognized in Python 2. But we can tokenize. We can still normalize tokens. just stop here. We should get an end marker on line 2. We should get a string token. Hey, what's up, Rashab? How's your Saturday going? We should get a string token which contains that f string. I don't know what's the line information. I guess it would be line equals 1 and UTF-8 byte offset equals 0. We should get a new line token as well. Is it the important one or the unimportant one? I guess it's the important one, but I don't remember. It's already Sunday and 5 a.m. in the morning. Wow. So then I guess you are... where would that put you? You're 12 hours different than me? No. 11 hours different than me? So I'm -9, so you're +2? Time zone map. 4 in the morning, you say? 5 in the morning. What is this map? Why is it so bad? Russia would be one choice, yeah, or this, or Bangladesh. Is India all one time zone? Huh. Oh wait, what? That's a half time zone. What? That's not an hour offset, that's an hour and a half. Where's the, like, 12 and a half hours ahead? They're GMT plus 5.5. Oh, you're in India, okay. North Korea had a 15-minute offset. Every programmer cried. 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this is the right thing. We'll see. Yeah, there's plenty of half time zones. Yeah. Weird time zone offsets of the world. Half hour and 45-minute. Oh, there's 45-minute ones? No. Equals here. Oh, there's not that many. There's more than I expected, but there's not that many. Where's the list of them? UCLA is 45. Australia has 2 that are twisted. Huh. Hey, what's up, CMJ Chris Jones? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. I find it interesting that they put it as plus 45 and not... I guess... Wouldn't it be minus 15? Huh. Crazy. Oh, time zones suck. Time sucks. 6 does not equal 5. Oh, is this just broken on master? Dang it, man. I haven't run the test for this in years, I guess. Why would it be broken? Let me figure out when the last time I ran the test was. I might have to just fix the test. This was 4 months ago. It's x plus 45 since it's relative to GMT. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. You caught me mumbling to myself. You got me. Oh my god, they're all broken. I haven't changed anything. Why are they broken? Oh, they got the extra empty new line token, probably. Alright, let's fix the test first, I guess. Be happy that's your issue. I'm looking through the LLVM source to make it not generate a checks.com. That's fair. My problems are relatively simple. So this is apparently supposed to be a 6 now. Wait, do they fail the same number in all 3 of them? 4, 4, 4. I think if I put a new line here, that'll make it more reliable. Because the problem is I'm dealing with 2 versions of Python, and they can change this. It's really annoying. Where can I find? How am I gonna find this issue? I think it was on PyFlakes. No, it was on the other one. This thing. This is caused by this PR. Make tokenized module mirror end of file, which is this PR. Which they accidentally backported. This makes the tokenized module produce an additional new line. Which broke backwards compatibility. Oh hey, look, it's me! And then I got reverted in 2.7. Amazing. But yeah, so I need to, if I add this new line here, then it'll be consistent at least. So I just need to go through all of my source code examples and add new lines to them and add a new line tokens as well. So I need this as well, token, new line. Oh, this should be on the next line, I guess. Oh, it's telling me right here. Just a copy paste of this. Okay, the test weren't passing because I didn't add a colon after the list. Oh yeah, so the AST failed, so it silently did nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of go back and forth on that behavior in pyupgrade because like it's useful because it prevents crashes, but it would be better if it didn't. Even do. I think what we end up is an unimportant white space that's this back R, and then we end up with a new line. 4 now. Oh, this is obnoxious. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Twitch just stopped playing the stream for me and went black. Had to reload. I haven't dropped any frames, so it's Twitch's fault. This is actually one of the few days where I don't drop frames. Usually I drop at least 100 per stream, but I must have had a good connection today. Sorry about that. I know it's Twitch's fault, yeah. Sarcastic Dante, please. I guess I was wrong about this. Oh, why are these wrong? Should be a 3. This should be a 2. Now it's different. Oh, this is the test up here. Only one test failed, and then we just got... which test is that? Source to tokens escaped NL. Is that the one I was working on? Oh, I see. Alright, cool. Fixed tokenize-rt tests for BPO. B3899. Link to that. This was erroneously backported, changing behavior of tokenize. Fortunately, my module just faithfully reproduces upstream, so their breaking change doesn't break me, it just broke my tests. But easy fix to the tests there. Just kind of annoying that I had to do that. This using Azure pipelines, or we'll find out, I guess. No, this is still in Travis. Maybe I'll import this to Azure pipelines. Although, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll wait a week. Let's see what these tests say about this. I guess I should have tried PyPy to see whether broke that. That's the most likely thing that would break. Nope, seems fine. Cool. Cool. Well, I guess this still works. This has been updated to Python 3.6. Python dash version Python 3.6. And it's running 2.7. It's all good. I'm wondering, can I run pyupgrade with Python 2 and dash py3 plus? Yes, can. As long as it doesn't have any Python 3 only syntax. So like, for instance, virtualenv python 2 small pyupgrade, yes, shush. Like if I did class C objects pass, or like or like this, then you can run pyupgrade py3 plus. In fact, you can do py3 6 plus on t.py. And even though pyupgrade's running in Python 2, it knows how to do these fixes. Hey, what are your configs? Do you mean like my terminal setup, or like what do you wanna? Oh, you wanna know my VirtualBox configuration? I actually put this in a video, so I can show you the video of that. See if I can find it. The audio at the beginning is real messed up because I did it live. Oh, Python 2 probably doesn't know about async function def. Yeah, that's true. So you can skip that test in Python 2 because it won't the AST won't parse, so it won't be able to do that rewrite. Oh, when was that? There we go. Yeah. So if you want to see my VM setup, this is where I set it up. Shazawak. Is that on 420? It was on 420. Nice. Yeah, that's where I walk through setting up a virtual machine with my brother. It didn't start that way, maybe.
Next through that setup.
Are you sure? You want me to put it in my? Because I have a very.
Oh yeah, so you can hear my brother there.
SSD. Should it go on my SSD or one of my big HH?
It took us a while to get it set up. There's been other streams where I've shown my setup. It's a little bit shorter. But anyway.
Do I want third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi?
But anyway, yeah. I'll briefly show you my settings panel as well, so you can take some screenshots if you would like. Nothing special in the general tab. System. I have a lot of memory on my computer, but I set it to like 1/8 of the memory. I would set a minimum of 2 gigabytes if you're using if you're doing anything interesting. But I usually try and set it to like 1/4 of my maximum or more than that. For processors, I set less than half of the physical cores, or half on my other machine. Your VM has the amount of RAM I have in general. Yeah, my computer has a lot of RAM. So I get away with giving my VM 8 gigs of RAM because I have 64, but you probably won't have as much as me, and that's fine. I check all of the extended features that let me check them, so VTX and PAENX, and I max the video RAM. Other than that, nothing really simple. Seems the easiest way to fix my check stack issue is by linking to msvcrt.lib. Oh, then you have to link to the C runtime. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. I just got the email from Travis CI that my tests have passed, so I can merge that PR. Yeah, somewhere else in here I describe in more details my virtual machine setup. But yeah, that video has a lot of views. I'm kind of surprised, or at least a lot of views relative to the rest of my videos. Although this one has more. Yeah. Mixed number of views. This is what I expect. Like, no one views these things, but apparently some people watch some of my stuff. One has 102. Huh. Weird. I don't understand YouTube, so fine. Cool. So we fixed that. Fixed the tests there. wanted to type prune, but I ended up typing purple. So we should get this test passing first. It is not passing. Oh, because why is it not passing? Oh, I'm off by one. Oh goodness, what did I do? Oh, I did -V for talks, which is useless. Like, what is all this nonsense that it's spitting out up here? Okay, so that passes in Python 3.6, which is what we expect, but it should fail into 7. Actually, what does this do in Python 3.6? If I have an F and then spaces, does this work? No. Okay, good. That'd be crazy town. So I can be cheeky here. Instead of appending a token, I can update the previous token. My music stopped. Go back to playing music. Which one is it that's not legal in Python 3.6? Is it BR? Or is it RB? No. I know UR is not valid. We can't have Russian strings. Technically my code is going to transform, but I think that's probably fine. It linked, but now I have two paths compiled into my compiler. For MSVCRT, it's... Oh, what? Oh, right, because Visual Studio is a 32-bit program, but it has 64-bit binaries filed or linked or in its distribution. That's whack. What are all the string prefixes that are legal? Do I care? I don't think I care. I think this is what I want to do. The x86 libs are in the x86 folder. Oh, okay. EFRE. The problem here is this code is never getting hit in Python 3, but I can do that by testing the other string prefixes that are not in Python 3. Like UR is not in Python 3. Python 2 that doesn't have RB? What is it? Oh, Python 2 doesn't have RB. So we can spell it Furby here. Oops. The functioning is good enough. Also test lowercase and uppercase. Oh, this number changes. Dang it. 5 plus len a prefix. Okay, so that should get us all our coverage now. Okay, so I hope this is a good change. I'll need to test this with all of my tools, though. And string prefix normalization. I should document that in the README somehow. Installation, usage, I should add another section that's like differences. Also, these should have 4 in front of them. Quickly fix these up. Almost done. Nice. With the async def fix. Oh shit, typo. We'll just fix that again. Differences from tokenize. Tokenize-rt adds escaped NL for a backslash escapes new line token. Tokenize-rt adds unimportant white space for white space. Discarded in tokenize. Tokenize-rt normalizes string prefixes even if they are not parsed. For instance, this means you'll see token string even in Python 2. Good thing I run pre-commit. Yeah. Did it catch you, sarcastic Dante? Let's see, what would be the easiest way to test for this? I guess I can just run in the major Python versions I care about in each of the other things. So let's go to pyupgrade first. Just blow everything away. So we'll do 2.7. Do 3.6 and we'll do 3.8. 6. I'm still going to release this as a breaking change, but I want to make sure that it's an API break, but I want to make sure that it's still mostly works. So 7, 3.6. So a test pass. So we should see some coverage is gone now because tokenize-rt is handling it. 617. 617. Yeah, cool. That's what I wanted to see. That's good. Make sure Python 3.6 is passing and 3.8 is passing. Okay, that looks good there. What other projects do I have? Future F strings, we'll want to do the same. Damn, I'm disappointed in myself. Need to lose weight, but I got a late night snack, some waffles. Yeah, I feel ya. Sometimes it's just like, I'm hungry, but I want to go to bed. And most of the time I pick the wrong answer, which is snack. But I feel ya, the Gel Mega. Ooh, set. And 2-7. Now we'll run the test. That makes sense. We need to install ourselves. We didn't do that. And the other one because it didn't matter. But for F strings it does. 3.8 passes. 3.6 passes and 2.7 passes. Cool. So we need to do the same thing for add trailing comma and what was the other one? Yes, QA. That's not just waffles, they're waffles with sugar on them. Now you're making me hungry, man. Waffles sound good right now. I wish I had a waffle maker. I should get a waffle maker. I really like waffles. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Oh hey, your commit has appeared. Oh, that's the tricky thing. In async def equals false. Cool. I would move this. Where is it? I would move this down one line. I know it's super picky, but I would move it down one line. Because the underscored names are kind of being associated with the thing that they're modifying. So like here, raises cares about previous nodes, super calls cares about these two things. This cares about very minor. Visit sync func. Oh, you have yield from in a lambda? I don't think you can have yield in a lambda. What am I looking at? I was trying to find. Okay, I see what's going on here. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think you can have yield in a lambda though, but I don't think it hurts anything to do this. Lambda Anti-heal don't like. But it's fine. Good enough. And solid add to the if statement there. Looks good. Was async really in 3.4? That was 3.5. I live in the perfect country for waffles. Oh, you're so right. I probably don't even know waffles, given that. So this one doesn't get rewritten. This one does. This one doesn't. Yeah, async is 3.5. Okay, so tiny things. Change this to a 5. And oh, I don't think you need this test. I think you can delete this test. So change this to a 5 and delete this test and move this up online, and then you're good. Where is that? Move this up online. Got that? Oh, missing coverage. Oh yeah. And then pragma no cover this block. Okay, I'll just comment down the PR. Move this down one line. I should explain why, so that because no one else, other people that read this may not be watching the stream. Move this down one line so that the state is associated with the thing it needs. Instance in comp is affecting the super calls. You'll need to pragma no cover this function since it's, I would probably even do no cover i35 plus because it's version dependent. I think you can delete this test. It's covered above. Wait, there were 4 things. What was the other one? Cute. I don't remember what the other one was. Oh yeah, async IO was introduced in 3.4, but async def was only introduced in 3.5. Before that, you had to do coroutines using yield from, which is why no one used it in 3.4. Good cat. You got the pause cat. I like this cat. It's a good cat. But yeah, should be an easy fix. Thanks for the patch. Okay, what was I doing? Get rid of Python 3.4. I don't need that. I don't need that in my life. Auto remove, purge. Yep. Start making these other rich ones again. 6, 8. 368. Cool. And create. Nice. And then the last thing is yes QA. A little tedious, but this is just making sure that things don't break. E6. Get 271. These ones don't have dashy dots. Seven. It's the problem with having slightly different setups in every project. 8 passed. I expect these. Especially. Cool. Okay. So that changes fine. So I don't have any special branches here. We'll just blow those away. And feature upstream is the other one. Alright, so then the next helper. Oh, did I merge this? Yes, I did merge that. Cool. And it will fix it. We'll be all good. I'm glad I could Google weird time zones and it came up with exactly what I wanted. Okay, so the other fix-up that I wanted to do that happens in pyupgrade. Hey, what's up, homeboy Denzo? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Or sorry, homeboy. Okay. So this rotates dedent and unimportant whitespace tokens. So we should also do that in our thing as well. My brain is not working. What's wrong, Sarcastic Dante? You'll be fine. Hey, what's up, Satan? Satan Zero, you have a different handle now. Oh wait, no, this is the same handle. This is your original handle. So you found your account again. Because for a while, what were you, Lord Newt the Destroyer? Fix async yield coverage. That's Satan 666. I mean, you have to be the first and only. Oh, you just changed your name. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Got it. I didn't know you could change your name on Twitch. That seems interesting. Alright, let's review this again. It's good. Oh, this goes right here. Sorry, I wasn't specific. I should have just given you a suggestion using GitHub. My B. Ayo! Ayo to you too, homeboy Denzo. But yeah, otherwise looks good. But yeah, just fix that comment, then I can press merge. Good. Good. This is how you skip stuff in C++. Interesting. I don't know why it's different then. Oh, in like Google test or whatever? G-test? Fix async yield from coverage. What are you making? I'm actually working on a bunch of different things right now. But the main project, or like the biggest of those, is this project called pyupgrade. And what pyupgrade is a tool that will change your syntax to be more newer or more betterer, I guess, to some extent. Ignore this, that's not my fault. But some of the stuff that it does is like, in Python 2.6 you had to write set literals like this, but in 2.7 plus you can write them like this. Betterer, yeah. It also knows how to do like dictionary comprehensions, format stuff. It knows how to do a bunch of syntax upgrades. And some of the ones we've been working on most recently are around like Python 3 only things. So like, where's some of the ones? Like in Python 2 you have to do this when calling super, but in Python 3 they made a syntax trigger for it, and so it will automatically do that upgrade for you. It'll get rid of like object when you don't need it, a bunch of other stuff, and like the one that we're working on today, or right now, I guess I worked on some other stuff, is the yield from rewrite, which Sarcastic Dante, who's in the chat, made this one happen. But we found a micro bug in it where it will rewrite yield from inside async defs, which is just not legal, not allowed because of reasons, I guess. But it is fixed, and we're basically reviewing this and going through there. You're basically fixing Python having a shitty version upgrade. Yes. The idea is it automatically gives you new features and better stuff instead of having to deal with old stuff. Oh, also if you like wrote code that targeted Python 2 and Python 3 and like suddenly you don't need to support Python 2 anymore, you can use this tool to automatically port your source to the new patterns instead of having to hobble along with old patterns like this. But yeah, it does a lot of these rewrites on. It's yellow, so I assume you've fixed this. Oh, nice. You'll get 2 cats on this PR, Sarcastic Dante. You got the scared cat. This one also loops. Does this one loop really well? No, this is not the one that loops well. One of them loops really well. It's not that one. I'm surprised LLD didn't put the entire MSV CRT in my exe. Oh, that's good, because MSV CRT is pretty chompy. Homeboy Denzo says cool cat. Yeah, that's an appropriate emoji. No module name SQLite 3 though. Yeah, you can ignore that. It's let me find the issue for that. It's pretty derpy. Created it on this repo, which also has the issue for the Python 3 stuff. They delete the issue? Oh, Python regression, missing the SQLite libraries. So they oh, you know. Okay, well then I'll just explain it again, because why not? I'm halfway through. Microsoft miscompiled 3 versions of Python, missing the SQLite 3 module, and apparently their rollout period is 2 weeks, which is just mind-boggling to me. I'm just gonna merge this guy's PR. Assume their stuff is fine. Passed them the same versions on Windows, so good enough for me. Ship it. Thanks for the patch. MSVCRT.lib is under 4 megabytes and the generated exe is 5 kilobytes. Huh. Yeah, I've noticed on Windows that the executables are surprisingly small. Like for instance, what is one of the things? SAS, libsass, Python. So this is a Python bindings for libsass, but we vendor all of libsass into the binary because it's easier to distribute that way. But like the Linux binaries end up being like 9 megabytes, but the Windows ones are just like 1 kilobyte. I don't know why the macOS ones are small too. So something weird's going on here. I don't know what it is, but drugs. Oh, 1 megabyte. Sorry, did I say 1 kilobyte? Yeah, I meant 1 megabyte. Anyway, it's like a 10-to-1 ratio. Or is it kilobytes? I don't know. But I happen to notice that they are very different. Oh, and there's like a crappy workaround for this, which is like, where is the workaround? The workaround is delete the code and then re-download new ones. Just like amazing. Windows does a lot of things by just using DLLs for a lot of things. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean that happens on Linux too, but I've just noticed that like the Microsoft C compiler is pretty good about keeping the code size small. The Windows is more towards a microkernel than a monolith. I guess the kernel is pretty small, but then there's like all of the COM libraries and the C runtimes, and there's 3 different C runtimes. Like, there's a lot of legacy still wrapped up in the Windows core stuff, but you're right, they have a lot more DLLs than anything else. maybe it's small, but shame the compiler isn't fast. Yeah. Do we need to use GNU/Windows? The bot. Oh, I guess you missed that, Satan. One of the I didn't show chat for long enough. Whatever, I said it out loud. So it's close enough. It was originally a meme, but now it's stuck in the chat bot for forever. So the like backing of the joke is like, now that Windows is shipping with a Linux kernel, we should call it Windows or GNU/Windows. But also, like, if you mention Nano or Linux in the chat, it'll do the same thing to you, which is, it's just funny. You can capitalize Windows if you don't want to get dinged by the bot, just because it's silly that way. And I guess it uses word boundaries, so even words like nano-meter will trip the bot as well, so it probably just use like GNU/nanometer. Yeah. Solid. Okay. Cool, so this should be good now. 2737 passed here, so we can ignore that. I'm gonna trust your end pre-commit. Although, there was that one time. No, I'm gonna trust your end pre-commit. Thanks for the patch. Do. Yay, don't know bugs. That's how that works. Virtual call can slow down a program by somewhere between 5 to 20 GNU/nanosecond. Oh, the gel mega. Yeah, good shit. I have emails. This is my meta class stuff from earlier. Oh. Whoops. You got the you got the creepy cat. Sorry about the creepy cat. Yeah, so what else? Oh, the other thing that I wanted to do was this dedent rewrite, which I think only pyupgrade cares about for now. Test dedent move. Test dedent. Move dedent tokens to where they make more sense. Use our source here if true. I grabbed the mute button in time. Pass, else. Okay, have our source there. Bless you. Thank you, Captain Fanko. I'll use breakpoint because we're doing big things here. Because the test is gonna fail to begin with, but I need to actually collect the data because I don't want to type out all those tokens by hand. That's right. Install future breakpoints. That's a lot of tokens. Is there a way we can make this example shorter? I don't think so. I think that fixed it. Okay, and then we need to move these dedent tokens, which I believe is only this one. hopefully. There's also dnet here, but that has a new line in front of it. Okay, so now we should have a failing test. Cool. Elif token name is ddent and token round tokens -1 dot name is unimportant white space. Tokens. Can I do insert -1 4? Yeah. Dang it. We got a little bit of duplication here. What is a clever way to make this not? Looking at an article and found this gem, just read what's on it. Missing brace. Hopefully GCC or MSVC can make up for this one. GCC 7. Expected declaration or statement at end of input. Nice. God damn it, GCC. Playing. Oh wait. Oh, this is the MSVC compiler. Fatal error. The left brace was unmatched at the end of the file. Internal compiler error. I might be wrong, but it looks like MSVC crashed. Nice job, Microsoft. Oh, that's pretty good. One thing that I can do is do else, and then find this token. Do this. But I think that's somehow more complex. And I kind of want this comment that I made here. Oh, I kind of want this comment too. Dude. No, yes. Oh, but now I can't undo this. I did this wrong. Just undo this manually. Is it Control-Shift-I? No. Shift-I? No. Oh, is this fish? Yes, work. I think this looks fine. Trying too hard to optimize this. What about Clang though? I guess we can see what it does in Clang. SSH to my Mac. What is in the T directory? Nothing of importance. Is it C++ or is it C? Int main void curly brace. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Hey, what's up, Pulgo Visk? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh, that's a good error message. Expected curly brace to match that curly brace. One error generated. Is GCC actually just Clang? It is. Why would they do that? So sneaky. It works. Oh, because it's Clang. Sneaky, sneaky. Content, but later on Clang does as bad as GCC. Oh, I see. So in some other benchmark, Clang did worse, or did just as bad, I see. Okay, so I also want to grab the comment from pyupgrade for this one. Hey, what's up, Captain Vanko? Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. Disordered. Fix them. Did fail this. If else bug. What? Naturally, being Apple's compiler, Clang should pick up on this. I mean, it did find that there was a bug, but the output is just useless. Solid. I'm gonna share the article, seems interesting. Yeah. Yeah, send it around. Sounds good. By the way, you can post links in chat. There's no limitations on links. Easy as API 314. Alright, we're gonna scroll through this. You're along for the ride now. Now with more tests on MSVC carrot diagnostics. Clang and GCC have always been trying to prove who has better error diagnostic. Let's see who's really better by testing common errors in both. GCC 8 appears to have some improved messages, but isn't a stable release yet. Okay. I'm counting out the static analyzers in these two because it wouldn't be fair to compare it to GCC's lack of one, I think. We're getting semicolons, you do it all the time, and if you don't, shut up, you're lying. Oh, I should be smart enough to figure that out, right? Right? Expected semicolon before return. Not terrible. Oh, we're good. Expected semicolon before return errors are like saying that to climb a tree, I must put the tree below me. Ooh, Klein got 2 points for that one, I see. And we already looked at this one. Out of bounds. Iteration 4 invokes undefined behavior. Interesting. I'm actually kind of surprised that Lang and MSVC don't notice this while doing a loop unroll. I mean, that's clearly why GCC found it, because it's doing it while it's unrolling that loop. We already looked at this one. Java style string concatenation. Isn't Java? Airstar, they're adding pointers. Solid. This is a good thing here. Use array indexing to silence this warning. Forgetting a return value. Oh, I've seen this error so many times. So many times. 0 points for 0 cents. These are good. I'm doing the underlined stuff in my currently limited error system. Nice. Yeah, I've written a couple of error systems, or at least I rewrote the one for Cheetah, and it produces, in my opinion, some pretty good error messages. We spent a lot of time like making sure that they look good. Parse errors test. Where's the, okay, so like this is the source code. This is an invalid directive, and like we're making sure that the pointer points directly at this line. It's decent about it. I mean, some of them are a little bit nonsensical. I tried for a while. 0 points for 0 cents. What? Why? I mean, they're technically correct. They're just like, this is a little bit verbose to read. I don't know. Forgetting using namespace. Let's see what they have to do about it. Undeclared identifier. That's not wrong. That's not bad. How's it supposed to know like what you were supposed to do? And GCC tells us about standard cout. Did you mean dynamic casting a class itself? Dynamic cast is supposed to be used on a pointer to a class, not on the class itself. It is weird. Oh yeah, you're supposed to have a star here. It makes sense. Like, you have to cast pointers. Why are you erroring though? invalid target for dynamic cast. Target type must be a pointer or a reference to a defined class. Nice. GG Microsoft there. Anyway, enough of that. Tokenize-rt normalizes dedent tokens so they appear before the indentation instead of after. And let me verify that this is still working here. Have an editable for tokenize-rt? Does it not have an editable? Where's the editable? Should be right here. I need to remove the L? Oh, there it is. That seems like a bug in pip. Yeah, because it's right here on this one, but not in 2.7. What? Why? But it does. I'm not gonna worry about it. 7, 3, 6, and 3, 8. Did not run coverage was on this tab? Yeah, it was. So we should have more coverage, which is 1265. Cool. So factor that out. Accept dedent tokens after indentation. What is it mad about? Oh, it fixed it already for me. Why did it? No, I intentionally did that. Why did you rewrite this? Okay, that's what I expect. 32. Oh, I just got rid of the name and source on these. I have to go back to that other commit and fix that one as well. Oh wait, that one's a master maybe. Dude, that one's on master. So we'll just do this. It's fine. Okay, so that's some of the helpers that I want to do. I'll probably do more later, but that'll make pyupgrade simpler and the other tools simpler as well. But I don't know. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so I'm probably gonna cut it off pretty soon. I've also seen an interesting reason why to use MSVC. Since it comes with Visual Studio, it's true. Visual Studio is great, especially the debugger. But they even allow you to choose. Oh, Visual Studio lets you choose other compilers. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I'm gonna wind this down here. So it's time for the usual spiel. If you missed any part of the stream, you can always catch that on YouTube, which is youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. I will upload previous streams and usually do that within a couple hours after the stream, but you can check out any previous content. Some of the videos, like if you haven't seen much of my content and you want to watch one that's really good, I would suggest watching this Virtualenv memory leak one, where I debug a really interesting problem. That one's a good one. If you want to get notified of streams, the channel has a Discord, which I just put #Discord into chat. You can also grab the link down below the Twitch stream. We hang out in there, we talk about programming and stuff, and programming memes and code, and I don't know. It's a fun chat. Often it's just like shoot the shit about things, and sometimes I help people with code or whatever. But the Discord community is pretty cool. I also announce my streams on Twitter before I stream, and that's twitter.com/codewithanthony. I know, brand synergy, whatever, I messed up. It's different than my Twitch handle, but check that out there. I'll usually announce them like 60 to 70 minutes before I get going, and that's that. I usually stream, I have a schedule, so I usually stream at 1 p.m. my time on Saturdays, although sometimes during the week I'll stream at 6 p.m. my time, but that didn't happen this week because I was busy. What else? I think that's it, but thank you all for stopping by, and let's find someone to raid.